kill yourself. Because I don't... Raj, I'll be honest. Okay. You're soft. You're soft, and that's why you do what you do, protest behaviour. You push people away, and you sulk when you don't get what you want. And you're stuck in childhood. Grow up. You know what? Kill yourself. Because I don't care. And that's the truth. I don't give a fuck if you kill yourself because it's not my fault that you want an easy life. Life is difficult. And sometimes you need to put your big boy pants on and deal with it, Raj.
Thanks for being honest. That's all I wanted. I already told you it's not your fault.
Raj.
Como que se cayó muy rápido, ¿no? Richard Forza Euro Dirt R Factor está aqui. Imagine Project Revista Performances. Bro? Hi.
How's that, bud?
Do you do refunds?
Same joke every week, still not funny. See you in 2 weeks, yeah?
It'll be 2 days after that hack job.
You're not funny. So fuck off back to work, will you? Sap.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Do you have an appointment?
No, I didn't think I need one. I'll just.
Oh no, you're all good. We're jam-packed today, but I can pop you in for another time.
No, it's fine. I'll just come back when it's not too busy. It's fine.
Yeah, Hannah, that's my 3 o'clock.
What?
Yeah, it's my 3 o'clock. Jeez, bud, I didn't think you were going to show up. Come on up.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Throw your bag there, bud, and hop in.
Are you sure? Like this?
Go on, just jump in. Lad, sorry, you had an appointment. It won't be long, alright? What'll it be? Sorry, actually, I never introduced myself. I'm Frankie, I own the place. I won't bite you.
Yeah, Gary.
Are you from around here?
Just like 15 minutes away, just up the road.
Oh yeah? I actually just moved into a flat upstairs, just came with the shop. Getting too busy in the old place, you know, with the clientele growing. What you do for fun?
Yeah, I'd go fishing sometimes, just, yeah, fishing.
Man, I used to go fishing with my dad all the time. We used to go crab fishing down in the Liffey. Where do you go?
I just go to Harbour Beach.
Harbour Beach. And I used to drink there all the time with the lads.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
Do you go on your own or with mates or anything?
Just go.
Yeah, don't go. Sorry, yeah. I'm just finished there. Yeah. Sorry for the interrogation there. Just a bit of a yapper. How's that looking? It's grand.
Yeah, it's grand, yeah.
So I'll see you in a few weeks, yeah?
Yeah, I'll come back, yeah. I'll come back down to you.
But look, if the crowds are ever too much for your end, I open up every morning so I can get you in before it gets too busy.
Cool, yeah.
Cool. Nice to meet you.
You too, man, yeah.
Have a good day, bud. Take care. Anna. Matrix.
No problem.
Catch, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Hi Gary, how are you?
Alright, Frankie.
Jeez, I haven't seen you in ages, so I thought I wouldn't see you again.
I know, it's just been busy as all. Couple of things on.
You here for the chats or for a haircut?
I'll get a haircut. It's open, yeah?
No, just jump on up. Do you want me to take your jacket for you?
No, I'll leave it on, thanks.
Grab your bag. What? Yeah, I hope you don't mind I went a bit shorter this time. Just looks a bit nicer.
Yeah, I like it, it's fine, yeah.
No, no le puedo entender. What the frack? Wait.
So if you've got that defeat,
I just hope it's all going to go away.
You feel like that?
Because believe me, I do. And yesterday I thought to myself, what is the point? What is the point to all this?
Oh, yes.
there's something about being bereaved by suicide and the fact that that person that you loved and that you knew or you thought you knew has taken their own life by their own hand. Coming to terms with that can be very, very difficult and can be a very long road.
If my husband had had a heart attack, been murdered, knocked off his bike, although it would have been desperate, I could perhaps it was out of his hands. But it's the thought that that morning he got up, he made me a cup of tea in bed, he had his breakfast, he washed his dishes, he emptied the dishwasher, he drove to work, and 3 hours later he was dead. And that's what I find very, very hard to understand. That grief is unbelievable. I can't tell you how painful the grief. It's like have you ever lost your wallet, or something happens and you get a shock and your heart stops. That's it. But it's constant. And I want the world to stop, but it's not. It's carrying on, and that's it's very, 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 very strange.
When you openly talk about suicide, people are frightened of it. And that's not because people don't necessarily want to understand it. It's because for a long time those conversations haven't been happening. SOBs is just ordinary people who have been bereaved in the same way, who are willing to come along and share their experiences. We are trying in our small way to deal with the taboo of this subject. One of the questions that haunts you after suicide is why. Mark hadn't shown any obvious signs of depression, and like most people who take their own lives, he didn't leave a note. I've come to Glasgow University to meet Professor Rory O'Connor, one of the UK's leading experts on suicide, to see if he's got any answers for me.
What a place to work. It's absolutely gorgeous. Great to meet you. Nice to meet you.
So maybe we take a wee wander around.
Yeah, great. For me, the big question after Mark died was why did he take his life?
Our research can never answer the question of why a particular individual. So for example, we can't answer the question, sadly, of why Mark took his own life. What we try and do is understand the common features of the suicidal mind. We speak to people who've tried to kill themselves. We try and understand the sort of factors which led up to why they attempted to end their own lives. And it's not a selfish act. Suicide is not a selfish act. It's an expression of unbearable pain. People take their own lives often not because they want to kill themselves, but because they want the pain to end. We talk about this constricted thinking, this tunnel vision, this tunnel logic, so that the person maybe is not necessarily looking outwardly distressed, but has decided themselves that for whatever set of reasons, and usually complex reasons, I'm going to kill myself. In a way, that's the end of their problems, because in their mind they find the solution.
Professor O'Connor and his team have conducted tests with over 2,000 people who've attempted suicide.
I'm going to play it gradually harder. I'd like you to say stop when it first feels uncomfortable.
Let's just take it for a second, Karen. So this is a pressure meter, or an algometer. We exert pressure on people's hands, and what that does is get some sort of objective measure of pain sensitivity.
Okay.
Because what we think might be going on is that people who attempt suicide have a higher pain threshold.
They can put up with more physical pain than the average person.
Yes, so this is a measure of pain tolerance.
Okay.
Stop when you feel it's becoming too uncomfortable to continue.
Stop.
The pain threshold test is one of many conducted at the lab, from which Professor O'Connor has built up a picture of the common factors that can lead to suicide.
But this is us trying to piece together the sort of pathway to suicide. How is it that some people develop suicidal thoughts and others don't? And so what we think is vitally important is if you're feeling defeated and humiliated, and you feel that you can't escape from that, you feel trapped, you're much more likely to become suicidal. In particular, this sense of being trapped.
So if you've got that defeat plus the feeling of this conical, constricted view of the world, then that seems to be a pretty kind of lethal combination.
Absolutely.
I'm just wondering, when you're looking at things like entrapment, it must be such a subjective thing. How do you even start having that conversation?
Well, what we use are established questionnaires, which I'll just show you. It's 16 questions, and crucially, we don't just look at one question. They come together into an overall score of how trapped you feel.
So we've got I have a strong desire to escape from things in my life. I feel powerless to change myself. I would like to escape from my thoughts and my feelings. They feel like very, very poignant questions. Do people sometimes find them very difficult to answer?
We've been doing this work now for 20 years, and in general, people are really glad somebody's asking about them and trying to understand why suicide happens.
Professor O'Connor's commitment to answering that question is more than just professional. Like me, he's lost someone to suicide.
6 years ago, a very close friend of mine took her own life, and that really was just devastating, and particularly devastating because I've been working in this area for so long, and I just felt such a failure that I'd let that person down, and that we were really, really close, and basically, why couldn't I have prevented her suicide? What it really highlights to me is, yes, as a researcher, I understand the importance of objectivity, but it's more personal now, really, really much more personal now.
When Rory described how in the suicidal mind, that constriction of the worldview and how problems that you or I may consider as small may be magnified within that constricted view and may seem insurmountable, I could just kind of feel myself really, really relating to that and just wondering whether that was how Mark's view of the world had changed. It's really got me thinking about it in a completely different way, in a way that I haven't thought about it in 11 years.
For people like me, who've lost a partner to suicide, one of the biggest problems is how you explain what's happened to your children.
This is a picture of Ben, and it's when he was about 2.5, and he's got his buggy here. He used to love pushing his buggy. Not a care in the world.
Benjamin's questions used to be, why did Daddy die? So we had that question quite a lot. When is Daddy back? When is Daddy back? When is Daddy back? And he would say that over and over again, and I would then have to answer him each time saying, Daddy's not coming back, Benjamin.
And then there's another picture here that's a little bit later. This was done in 2009.
And then at about 5, I think it was, instead of saying to me, why did Daddy die? He said, how did Daddy die? So that one word completely changed the question. So I said to him, do you know when Mummy tells you that you can't tie a scarf around your neck tight? Why do I tell you that? And he said, because it'll stop me breathing. And I said, well, Daddy knew that if he tied something very, 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 very tight, that it would stop him breathing and he would go to heaven. So that's what happened to Daddy. And he said, okay. I just remember that moment. It took me a few minutes to get myself together and be able to actually look at him. My fear for the boys was that although I always wanted to talk very openly about their father with them, I also didn't want it to become an option for them. So it continues to be a very, very fine line between having the conversation that I feel very strongly should happen, and yet not having the conversation to the point where it becomes so normalised that it becomes like an okay thing to consider. Talking to my boys about their dad's death wasn't helped by the wall of silence around suicide. But now, a few people in the public eye are starting to speak out about their experiences. I've come to West London to meet the actor David Robb, who plays Dr. Clarkson in the TV series Downton Abbey. 18 months ago, his wife, the actress Bryony McRoberts, having struggled with anorexia, took her own life at a local tube station.
Hello. Angela.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Come in.
Thank you.
Can I interest you in a tea or a coffee?
I would love a cup of tea, please.
Right.
Thank
Through to the
you.
kitchen.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much.
Do you want to come through?
Yes, please. Yeah. I'll follow you. I don't know. I'm on your turf.
These are sort of, well, random photos. So, this is Bryony, about 5-6 years ago. Pretty lady.
Absolutely beautiful.
So she's about 50-ish then.
Wow. She doesn't look anywhere
No.
near 50.
And that's the play that we met in. Betsy. And there she is, 18, me 28. We had this love scene.
And did it just last a bit longer each night?
It sort of did, yeah. She had to
That's
grow up in it. In
amazing.
the last act, she had her hair up, I always remember. And I used to have to stand behind her, walking on stage at one point. And I loved the back of her ears. I can remember quite clearly sort of falling in love with the back of her head.
Really?
Long time ago, 1975. How long is it since your husband died?
It's a little while now. It's 11 years. But
You found Mark, didn't you?
yeah, I did, yeah.
I can't imagine the level of shock that must have involved. I had the opposite. Bryony left the house before I came down in the morning and didn't come back. And then the police turned up.
Really?
At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because she had my Oyster card, my, ticket thing. And I was advised by the police and the coroner not to see her body. So I never saw her, she just walked out of my life. So it's as if she's been erased in a nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
That's a very weird thing. And when I think of the memory, the physical memory of and the smell of her and the back of her ears and all of the things that made her unique are no longer exist. How? Because I touched them for 38 years. And that's difficult. Really difficult.
I have the opposite in that the last time I'd held him was when he'd already passed away. And so although my head can compute that it was, I know that it was very real and all of that, it still has that same surreal sense that you have. So it's small comfort. It must have been so difficult for you to go through such a private time so publicly.
It exploded in the media.
Yeah.
Only for 24 hours, but it was huge.
Yeah.
And you suddenly realise that it wasn't just the people that you invited to the funeral that were going to pitch up. There were going to be hundreds of other people.
Yeah.
And in some ways that was rather magnificent. It was stupendous. And if she'd seen, everybody said, God, if she could see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a supermarket thing where a total stranger came up and said, I'm so sorry, I just want to say I always used to see you and your wife in here on a Saturday morning and I know what happened. I'm just so terribly sorry. Well, that's very touching as well.
Yeah, of course it is. For me, 18 months was a really difficult time because it felt as if everyone else's life was carrying on.
Well, everybody else.
And I think that's what I found
And they
I
should,
found difficult.
you know, because it's quite right that people are getting on and not forgetting, but it falls into some kind of perspective, but it's not really falling into perspective for me.
Yeah.
You kind of think, so who was this person that I was with? Because she wouldn't have done that. And I don't think there's any real coming to terms with that. You just have to somehow live with it. Tell me it gets better.
Yeah, I can absolutely promise you that it gets
Really?
better. Yeah, absolutely.
I've lost the person who was a rock for me. You know, and in terms of taste and you know, being a homemaker and a brilliant partner and a glamorous woman.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
You're right.
So it goes round and round, doesn't it?
Meeting David has taken me right back to where I was 18 months after Mark's death, when I was still lost in the sense of utter disbelief that the person I thought I knew could take their own life. It makes you feel as though you'll never be able to fully trust anyone or anything ever again. When you're in that place, it feels impossible that you can ever rebuild your life. But my experience is that you can, if you can talk about it. "11 years after Mark's death, my oldest son Alexei feels like he's done all of his talking. His dad was a keen amateur guitarist, and Alexei now expresses himself as the drummer of the band I.O. Lone. His brother Benjamin and I, of course, are his biggest fans. Alexei started drumming when he was about 14. I don't know whether some of it was because he'd not long lost his dad or whether it was just something that would have happened naturally anyway. But now he's been drumming for 10 years and you can tell he loves it. As a parent, you kind of live for those moments where you see your child just completely absorbed in what they're doing and just completely enjoying what they're doing. And you get a real sense of that when you see Alexei drum. When he first started playing gigs, it was really, really difficult because when I used to go and watch him play, and it's kind of still the case now really, you do kind of wish every time he's on stage that his dad could see what he was doing really, because I think he'd be so proud of him. Nights like tonight, he would have loved this. I understand now that there was a part of Mark that couldn't share how he was really feeling with us, his family. But I've often wondered whether things might have turned out differently if he'd been able to get away for a bit and speak to someone else. Here, in a residential street in North London, there's an organisation called the Maytree, which offers that option to people who feel suicidal. I've come to meet Angela Rodriguez, who's worked here for the last 8 years.
Hello, is it Angela?
It is.
Hello, I'm Angela. Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
to Maitri.
Thank you so
Come
much.
in.
So, Angela, when people come here, what are they coming here for? Because it's quite a special place, isn't it?
It is. A lot of our callers will have been Googling ways to kill themselves.
Really?
Yeah. We pop up at the top of the page and then they see Maitri and they'll have a read and they then have a think about it, then they'll call us.
And is Maitri a one-off? Or is it, are there other Maitris around the country,
No.
or is this the only one?
No, this is the only one so far. What we do, we offer a safe space. We work with suicide. This is where you can come in and be honest without that fear of feeling judged or upsetting anyone.
After an initial assessment, Maitri offers its guests a 5-day residential break from the pressures of everyday life.
So on this floor we've got 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and this is one of our newly decorated rooms. So they're spacious and they're airy.
This is lovely.
And as you can see, we've got nurse alarms for people that have, if anyone has difficulty in the night, they press that. So they're designed with, with safety again. You'll notice that the curtain pole.
These are collapsible, aren't they? Yeah.
So if
I noticed that as soon as I walked in, that you've
if
got the
anyone
collapsible.
does try and make an attempt, it's not going to work.
Have you ever had guests here who have actually taken it as an opportunity to attempt to take their lives here?
Yeah, and what we say to guests, we make it very clear. We have a guest agreement that if someone does make an attempt here, that we will have to intervene. The most important part, if that happens, is being with them and trying to hold on to our relationship with them, and not to just hand it over to someone and walk away. We wouldn't do that. We'll be with them. We'll stay with them at the hospital.
Okay.
And hopefully, depending how bad it would ever be, if they're able to come back and finish their stay, they come back.
The Maitri was set up 20 years ago by 2 former Samaritans who wanted to offer a refuge to people who felt isolated by their suicidal feelings. I mean, the stigma around suicide, I felt it as a bereaved person. Is it something that you feel, or that you think that the guests feel?
Oh, absolutely. We need to be talking about suicide. We live in a society that's scared to talk about death, let alone suicide. We need to be able to be open and talk about it without that fear of being judged. That is so important. We need to use the word. Stop hiding from it. Stop hiding from it. Let's talk about it. And that's the key, talking.
How did you first come across Maitri? Was it in a working capacity, or was it in a different?
No, I'd actually had made several attempts myself. I'd been through the mental health system. I'd been in psychiatric units, and I struggled to find a reason to live. I couldn't even leave the house. I couldn't even take my children to school.
How many children did you have then?
I had three daughters, who were small.
I suppose we're on opposite sides of the fence, because I have wanted and thought about how Mark must have felt just before he took his life. That's been a major part of my bereavement and my grief, really, is trying desperately to understand how it feels to be in that place where you really are convinced at 100% that your children will be better off without you.
I remember kissing my children goodnight. So, and just thinking that they would be better, that they would not have to watch their mother, not cope. You are in a box whichever way you turn. It's just blackness all around you. It's almost like being in, I remember times thinking, no, come on, there must be a way. And it's like being in treacle. You cannot move, you're rooted and the world's just whizzing past you. You can't see. And that's what's so important here, because for someone that's walking through this door that is suicidal, at that point, they may never have had contact with someone else that is suicidal. So when you see guests sitting down and talking, that also enables them to see that, wow, it's not just me, other people do suffer. And around this table, the conversation, it can just happen. It's very organic, it's very natural.
It's just been wonderful to see this today because you're doing amazing things here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Almost all of Maytree's guests say that they suffer fewer suicidal thoughts and attempts after staying here. Which makes you wonder why, when suicide is such a big problem, this is the only house of its kind in the UK.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but I just wish that if Mark had known about somewhere like Maytree, that maybe he could have just come somewhere like this for a few days. I just wish that he'd have known about this.
If the stigma around suicide can make it difficult for adults to talk about it, imagine what it's like being a child. When Mark died, my boys, Alexi and Ben, lost one parent and were left with me, the other, completely traumatised. While I did my best to let them know that they could always talk about what had happened to us, I'm interested in how other families deal with suicide, and I've come to meet the Ebdons, who live in rural Somerset.
It's like somewhere like that. No one's happy.
Farmer Simon Ebdon lost his wife Dominique to suicide 5 years ago, leaving him to bring up their 5 daughters on his own. 3 years ago, he met his new partner, Vicky.
Where should we put it? Here we are.
I know.
There we are. There's yours then. Do we need a bigger tree?
Yeah.
To fit it all on?
They've kindly invited me to their home a few days before Christmas.
Hello, hello.
Nice to meet you. Come through, and then you can meet the family. So, hi girls.
Hi.
Hello.
So this is Rosie.
Hello, Rosie. Nice to meet you.
This is Molly.
Hello, Molly.
And that is Izzy.
Izzy.
There's Charlotte.
Great to meet you. You're Em, aren't you?
Just spotted all your pictures, they're gorgeous. Vicky came to live with the Ebdon girls 2 years after the death of their mum, Dominique.
When you first became part of the family, you weren't just dealing with Simon's grief. You were dealing with the 5 girls as well, and the baby was a baby.
There were days when, Mum's name would be mentioned and they would get upset, and Simon would cry all the time, and the girls they just couldn't bear it. So it stopped them from crying. So they were too scared to cry because it makes Simon cry, and then it was just a vicious circle. I've come from a family where we do a lot of talking. I think it's important if you have something inside you that you let it out.
Vicky contacted Winston's Wish, a charity which works with bereaved children, including those who've lost their mum or their dad to suicide.
So when you went to Winston's Wish, tell me about that.
They talked to us and told us about like the camp.
Okay.
The weekend we went, and then we went to it, and it was really fun because it wasn't actually much talking.
It was, but they tried not to make it
like
upsetting.
Yeah.
We had on the first day we did loads of
activities and stuff.
activities like archery and we were in
Let it out.
Vicky contacted Winston's Wish, a charity which works with bereaved children, including those who've lost their mum or their dad to suicide.
So when you went to Winston's Wish, tell me about that.
they talked to us and told us about like the camp.
Okay.
That the weekend we went, and then we went to it, and it was really fun because it wasn't actually much talking.
There was, but they tried not to make it
like
upsetting. Yeah.
Yeah.
We like had on the first day we did loads of
activities and stuff.
activities like archery and we were in like groups. Each of us were in a different group.
We did all the games first, so that I think it was like a trust building thing.
Yeah.
And we all sort of like learned a lot about each other.
Yeah.
It sounds like stupid stuff, but
No, but
it does matter.
But you got to know each other first as kind of people.
It was good because you realise that you're really not the only one.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, even though they say that you're not, like, you don't really know anyone.
Mm.
But then you go there and everyone's in the exact same boat.
You struggled, Shah, didn't you? You found it really upsetting. You didn't like it.
No.
She still doesn't like it.
Still doesn't like talking about it.
Tell me why.
I just don't feel the need to.
Okay.
It's not that I don't want to. I don't mind talking about it. It's okay. It's just, yeah, it's upsetting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Dominic.
Let's have a look at this one. This is your one. Is this
This
the
is
one that
on
you?
holiday.
And this is the one that you. Do you have this one in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Yeah. My boys have pictures of their dad in their bedroom too.
This is quite a nice natural photo,
Yeah.
which we only found a few days ago. Dominic, who was my best friend, person I loved, she was everything. Fantastic mother, you know. You never think she would do anything like that, you know. But obviously she was in a bad place, you know, and was just, well, couldn't take it anymore.
It's very sad.
There are days when it's actually really difficult, but they are coming through it, and maybe they won't ever get over it. I don't think you can't get over something like that, but you can adjust and you can learn to live and live alongside what's happened, and that's kind of what I wanted for them.
I just think from everything that I've heard today, and the fact that you came into the family and enabled those conversations to happen, I think is probably the greatest gift that you could have given any of those 5 girls.
Did you get a bird as well?
No.
And where's Rosie's? Lovely. Look, it all looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah, look there.
That's all right though, Anne.
I want to be next to Izzy, can you put yours next to you?
Before I go home for Christmas myself, I'm heading to Norfolk to meet a woman called Jackie Page. I think going to see Jackie today is going to be really difficult out of all of the people that we've met. Jackie has had to deal with one of the most tragic aspects of suicide, that those left behind are sometimes at risk themselves. 24 years ago, her husband Rod took his own life. 7 years ago, her son Simon did the same. Today is going to be me facing my worst fears, really. So it's going to be a tricky one, I think.
That was Simon when he was probably about 3 or 4 there in the snow with his rabbit, bless him. That was on holiday in Cornwall with Katie. And that was graduation day. We just asked someone if they'd take a photograph. That was 2001, so it was 6 years later, almost to the day that he died.
Yeah. Wow. You lost your husband, Rod. He took his own life.
In 1990.
In 1990.
It was very, very hard when he died. I was left with 2 small children and
What was I gonna do?
an 8-year-old, and a 10-year-old. Simon asked me a lot of questions about how Rod died, but those were questions that he asked me a lot when he was much older, I would say when he was in probably his early 20s. And I've regretted at times actually telling him, because, he said, how did Dad die, Mum? And obviously Rod hung himself.
Yeah.
And I think, was I too open? Did I, but I, as a parent, I've always been honest with them and open in that way. He went down to London. He wanted to go into finance. And then his troubles began, really. He'd ring me virtually every day. He'd got anxiety and stress with the job, and he started to become ill. But anyway, he came home, and even though he was so ill, we had 6 amazing months, really. And I'm grateful that I had those 6 months with him. The day that Simon died, I came home. I walked in the house, and his boots were by the door, and I sort of, the light was on at the bottom of the stairs, and he was there hanged at the top of the stairs. I just went absolutely hysterical, and I remember holding him. It was just totally horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
I mean, for me, listening to you now, it is. I knew today was going to be difficult because.
Are you all right?
Yeah. My worst fear is that, one of the boys would do the same thing. It really is my worst fear.
You can't go through the rest of your life thinking that my circumstances aren't necessarily going to become your circumstances. I mean, there's no guarantees, is there?
No.
But if you keep talking to them, and
I think that's the thing, really. You keep having the conversations, don't you? And you keep kind of, you keep the lines of communication open.
Yeah.
And so, where are you at now?
Where am I at now?
Yeah.
I'm at acceptance with it. I don't want to accept it, but I can't change it. And I think when I got to about 2.5 years after Simon's death, I used to go to his grave every day, but then I got to a stage when I was thinking about moving to Norfolk, and I just thought, you can't continue like this, you've got to change. And Norfolk's been a turning point for me.
Really?
I love it down here.
Since moving to the Norfolk coast, Jackie has started a new career and set up a support group for others who've lost people they loved to suicide.
What did you hope to gain by moving here, Jackie?
Peace of mind, I think. Time for myself, some reflection time. It's been a turning point, really. I love the place. I'm home now. Yeah.
I mean, it's so beautiful here, I can definitely see why.
I mean, life isn't wonderful all the time, is it? Nobody's is, but everything since I've been here has gone right. For me personally, it's been a healing, really. Yeah.
I knew today was going to be really difficult. Once Jackie started to talk about Simon, losing her son, I knew it was going to be emotional. But I think that, I kind of hadn't realised what an impact that was actually going to have on me.
Before going home to see my boys, there's someone I'm keen to catch up with. I've been thinking a lot about Rebecca, who I met at the Liverpool support group. It's only 10 weeks since her husband Andy died. After any suspected suicide, there has to be a public inquest, and the one into Andy's death took place yesterday, just before Christmas.
That's in Turkey just before he died, actually, about a month before.
And then that's one of us at a charity ball a few years ago.
You look amazing.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely amazing.
Have your hair done.
That's the one you should be in.
Yeah.
It's so lovely to see you again after I met you in the support group. And yesterday was a particularly difficult day.
I was a little bit disappointed that it went ahead with only being 3 days before Christmas.
Yeah.
I asked if it would be postponed because the children are on holiday from school. They're not really that little, but even so, you have to consider them, don't you?
Yeah. And did it last for a long time, the session? How long did it?
Gosh, it must have only been about 30 minutes, if that. It just felt as though we were dealing with, I don't know, a parking ticket or a shoplifting offence or something. And I don't agree with it being open to the public either. I can't understand why. He wasn't a criminal, he'd done nothing wrong. You know, we haven't hurt anybody else. But yes, it's such a private thing that becomes so public and you have no control over.
Yeah, that's right. So did they go through the events of the day?
They went through obviously the date and the time he was found, who found him, who identified him. And then they went into the cause of death. But they went, and that really upset me because I burst into tears because they went into detail about the rope around his neck. Apparently he died very quickly. So I'm comforted in a little way that he died quickly, but I don't think I needed to know the full details. And then the verdict was suicide. That my husband was depressed.
Okay.
And that was it, basically. He honestly didn't realise all the impact of what he did. And the after effects. And he wouldn't have wanted to leave me, I don't think, with all of this to deal with.
No.
But he has. He was in a dark place and, you know, couldn't take any more.
How did you feel? Did you feel
I feel a bit angry and let down. Yeah, I do. He's died and I'm now left with a lot of things he couldn't cope with on my own. So, yes, he's out of pain, but my pain started now. Yeah. It's hard.
It really is.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
And how do the boys grow up, you know? How do they form relationships? That worries me as well. You know, always say that things happen in a child's life affect them when they get older, don't they? And that's what worries me when they grow up.
I think that is, for me, you've kind of just hit the nail on the head, really. For me, that is the most difficult part of the legacy of this, really, is we share the same fear.
Yes.
I mean, I have to say, Rebecca, you strike me as somebody who is just incredibly strong. The fact that we're sitting here having a conversation today, and it's the day after the inquest, and it's only 10 weeks since you lost your husband.
My GP wants me to go in on the 5th of January with a 5-year plan. I don't quite know what my 5-year plan's going to be, because I can't think about what my next 5-minute plan is, never mind 5 years.
A 5-year plan?
A 5-year plan.
Oh God, I don't think I could even do that now, let alone 3 months after Mark died. I've made it home to Birkenhead for Christmas. And while I'm still convinced that honesty and openness are the best way to deal with losing someone you love to suicide, when it comes to your own kids, you never stop worrying. I've been speaking to lots of different people, and some of it's been quite upsetting. And it kind of just got me thinking about whether the fact that we'd always been really honest with each other and we'd always been able to talk about it. Well, whether you felt actually we had always been able to talk about it.
We have, I think. But yeah, on the whole, I think I've come to terms with it quite well.
Yeah. Do you think you'll always have questions?
No, I think I've asked all my questions. But again, I will ask the same questions because I forget the answers.
You know what worries me about the way that Dad died, and it worries me that
if you were ever feeling, you know, you kind of were struggling with anything, and I always say to you, don't I, that...
Talk to your boss.
Yeah. Do you think that because of what we've been through, you will always be able to talk to me about things?
Yeah. I would always tell you, of course, but before I actually felt the need to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you think that we're okay?
Yeah.
Do you think I did the right thing by telling you?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Positively.
Thank you.
Welcome.
We're not having Sunday lunch this week because it's Christmas, but my mum's organised a Christmas Eve tea.
We got some of Mrs. Bishton's delightful caramel cupcakes.
And as usual, there's enough to feed an army.
Ham, cranberry and stuffing, almond, plain ham, ham and tomato, and some plain turkey. There you go.
Mark's death was the worst thing that's ever happened to us as a family. But 11 years on, like Benjamin, I think we're doing okay.
Alexa, you still work on Christmas Day?
You don't ever get over losing someone to suicide. But if you can talk about it, then one day you can be happy again. More than anything, that's what I've learned.
For details of organisations which offer advice and support with bereavement and emotional distress, go online to bbc.co.uk/actionline or call the BBC Action Line to hear recorded information on 08000 924 299. Lines are open 24 hours and are free from most landlines. Some networks and mobile operators will charge for these calls.
Tonight on Frontline, an intimate journey to the edge of life.
Nobody wants to die. And nobody wants to die badly.
Into the heart of modern medicine.
There's almost always something else that we can do to put off the inevitable.
Where patients, families, and doctors face the hardest decisions.
If you're tired and you don't want us to do this anymore, that's okay with me.
The moments of hope.
People surprise us all the time. Patients that we didn't think could breathe do breathe.
Patients with severe illness will go with you to the edge.
The will to fight.
We'll make it through this. Have to.
Why give up? What's that gonna do?
And the courage to let go.
I think doing nothing is a very important consideration. It really depends on what you want.
Tonight on Frontline, facing death. In the intensive care unit at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City, a family gathers. Gendalina Lara Murillo has been kept alive on a ventilator for the last 5 days.
She's not doing well.
Ella no está bien.
She's dying.
Oh my God.
Very difficult. We know. She's not doing well.
Ventilator for the last 5 days.
She's not doing well.
Ella no está bien.
She's dying. Very difficult. We know.
With every major organ failing from end-stage liver disease, her family is now faced with taking her off life support.
We have a decision to make. One of the decisions is whether we should take the tube from the mouth and take it out. Does he have thoughts about that?
Say yes.
Okay. So let me prepare you for what may happen. The ICU is at the apex of life and death. We give a little bit of dose of the sedative to make sure she feels no pain. We have a tremendous amount of technology that prolong life. But ultimately, we can't overcome the patient's illness in most cases. They have cancer. They have kidney disease. They have end-stage liver disease. They have these diseases that are life-shortening. After we remove the tube, now if you look at the history of critical care, we don't know how the idea of an intensive care unit was for you to come there with a life-threatening illness and respond to the treatment and get better. Unfortunately, what's happened is that Americans are now coming to ICUs to die. Okay, I'm gonna take it out, okay?
Today, more Americans die in hospitals than anywhere else, often after prolonged illness and many medical interventions.
What modern medicine is capable of doing is almost what 20 years ago was considered science fiction. Essentially, you can support pretty much every body system for years because you can keep their lungs breathing and keep their heart beating, keep their blood pressure up and keep their blood flowing. That suspended animation state goes on forever. And so the decisions at the end of life have become much more complicated for everyone involved.
As healthcare costs continue to escalate, there is growing concern over the billions of dollars that Americans now spend each year on end-of-life care.
There's a tremendous pressure now to reduce care to numbers, as though there's an algorithm for every decision. When you look at, Medicare data on expenditures at end of life and what is very glibly termed waste. 30% of all care is waste. That's the new mantra. It's very hard to know what that means. And it's very hard to bring that out of Washington and into the hospital and at the bedside with a single individual facing death.
Hi, can you squeeze my hand? There you go. I'm going to put your head down.
Robert Bernardini is 47 years old. He had a massive stroke 2 years ago and has been living in a nursing home. His cost of care is covered by Medicaid.
He was here 2 months ago, here, also with pneumonia. He got better. They sent him back to the nursing home and came back in Tuesday. And since then, he's been on the machine.
When Robert came into the hospital with pneumonia, he had a cardiac arrest and was resuscitated. He has now been on a ventilator in the intensive care unit for over a week.
The first 2 days, he was listening to me because I would tell him, Bobby, if you hear me, touch my hands, and he would. But now, I don't know what it is that it's not happening like that anymore.
Nearly 95% of our patients cannot communicate because of either their underlying illness or because of the heavy sedation we're providing. So what happens is that most of the care and interventions are discussed with the healthcare decision maker, who may be a family member or a healthcare proxy. In a perfect world, the patient designates a healthcare proxy and has a discussion about what their preferences would be at the end of life. But many of the patients who end up in the intensive care unit, those discussions have never happened. The critical care doctors. And this causes a tremendous amount of burden for everybody because they now have to make life or death decisions for somebody else. So we know that he had his underlying problems, right? So he has his emphysema, and we know he's had a stroke, and his underlying HIV as well. From the standpoint of his brain, it's unclear whether he's had long-term damage from the cardiac arrest, but it does appear that he's waking up. The bigger problem, I think, right now is his lungs. If we're unable to safely get him off the artificial respirator, remove the tube safely, then the next step is what we call a tracheotomy.
What is this?
Right. But there is a tremendous amount of pain and suffering that can go along with that as well. It will certainly prolong his life. The question is, will it improve it?
I don't know what to do about this. Should I just let him keep living in this condition? I don't know. I don't want him to suffer anymore. I mean, I'm suffering, and I know he is also. I can't handle this no more. But I just hope that I make the right choice. I don't know. I really don't know.
These are decisions about whether people are going to be alive or not alive. And if they are alive, if they're going to be living with dependence on life supports or not, or in a quality of life that may or may not be acceptable to them. The risk is that somebody ends up in a position that they absolutely do not want to be in, and they are very vulnerable and voiceless and cannot extricate themselves from that position. So she is very, very wasted, very poor nutritional status. She's had multiple amputations of her digits from her underlying disease.
Diana Reed is 31 years old and has scleroderma, a progressive disease that causes the skin to tighten and major organs to shut down.
You've got a patient who is in shock.
When she first came to the ICU 2 weeks ago, she was in respiratory distress and had to be intubated. Although Diana told doctors that she did not want to be permanently dependent on machines, her family is not ready to take her off the ventilator.
Now let's address the family situation, because we did meet with them yesterday and they're coming back in today, and we have some difficult issues that we've got to address with them. What we're doing is giving her every form of support that we can for all of her organs. She's getting maximum support from the respirator. She's getting medication to keep her blood pressure up. Her kidneys really haven't been working. There are clinical situations where the odds are so overwhelming that someone can survive the hospitalization in a condition that they would find acceptable. Then using this technology to support the physiology of the patient doesn't make sense. And yet, for almost everybody involved, it feels much more difficult to stop something that's already been started.
Right now, I want to keep her the way she is, on the respirator.
You want her on the respirator?
Yes. Okay. This is my pastor.
Bientôt sa voix retentira du ciel, car à mes yeux l'horizon se déclare.
Martha Lauraville is 86 years old and has dementia. She has been intubated for 2 weeks, and now her daughters, Nadege, a nurse, and Shirley, a physician, have to decide whether to remove her from the ventilator.
Gloire à toi seul, Seigneur Jésus. Notre Père qui es aux cieux, que ton nom soit sanctifié, que ton règne vienne, que ta volonté soit faite sur la terre comme au ciel. Donnez-nous aujourd'hui notre pain quotidien. Pardonnez-nous nos offenses, comme aussi nous pardonnons à ceux qui nous ont offensés. Et ne nous laissez point succomber à la tentation, mais Seigneur, car toi seul appartient dans tous les siècles, le règne et la puissance. She loves life. She's the one that always say, "Oh, I call 911 right away." And even though she was not acknowledging anyone, we didn't know if she knows the surrounding, she lifted up those two fingers and showed. Of course, we applaud. We were so happy about it. I myself would not want to put mom through a trick. And I'm not sure at this point what benefit is that. Will that prolong the life that she's right now for 1 month or 2 months? And although it is something that will be missed greatly, but to me, if it gets to that, it's something I would accept because of compassion for her. My sister, on the other hand, have a different opinion.
I don't want to be the one to say the end and to be responsible for it before time. I want to make sure that the help was provided and she gets it. I would not stop her from breathing. I would help. I would maintain her until the last minute. I mean, who am I? Who are you?
That's correct.
We cannot decide. I want to see one day at a time and take it.
There are 4 of us. We will take a vote, including the grandchildren, and see what we comes out to. And whatever comes out, that's what we're gonna abide by.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you again.
The Lauraville family is meeting with doctors to discuss taking their mother off the respirator.
We've come to a crossroad with regards to a decision. People cannot stay on a ventilator with a tube for a long time, given the possibility of infections and other problems that may arise. If it's successful, we remove the tube, she's able to breathe on her own. The question is, if we remove the tube and she does not breathe on her own, what should we do?
First of all, I want to know if she needs to be re-intubated again. Can she be placed the same way back orally, and if so, how long? Or does she have to have a trach, an actual surgical trach removal?
Okay, so I think it's important to realize that what got her intubated is that she aspirated, not on food likely, but just her own secretions. And that's a part of the natural history of dementia. So that will happen again. So if we take the tube out, it's highly likely that at some point it's going to have to go back in. If we do that, we're going to be exactly where we are right now, again.
I would go for the drink, and that's what I think Mother would have wanted, irrespective.
And the quality?
The quality of life, remains to be seen, because we know that, that Alzheimer's is progressing. We don't know if she's going to be better tomorrow or she's not improving, but, we don't know how long exactly she's going to survive. Are we betting on how many days, how many months, how many weeks? We don't know.
You never really want to impose your own personal morals or beliefs on a family, but I mean, the truth is, I thought that probably the most humane thing to do would be to take the tube out and to see if she could breathe, and if she couldn't, then to just make sure she was comfortable. But that's my own personal bias.
The family voted 2-1 that if the extubation failed, they would do the tracheotomy.
Okay. Exhale. Exhale. Exhale.
Very good. Cough.
Cough it up.
Very good. Cough.
Cough it up.
Sit her up a little more. Sit her up a little bit more. She's breathing.
Respiration 18. 16. Heart rate 104. Oxygenation 95 to 96%. Good.
Miss
Lauraville. Good. We'd like you to breathe, okay?
People surprise us all the time. Patients that we didn't think could breathe do breathe, and people we didn't think would get off life support do get off life support. So every time it's scary because you're afraid that maybe you're guiding someone to stop treatment when maybe that's premature. So it's a very, very fine line.
Voilà, yeah, tu as ouvert les yeux, tu as tout vu. Nous sommes tous présents, voilà. Instamment, Nadège, tout le monde est présent. Body, Marie,
For every disease, there's always a tail end of the curve. There's a group of people who defy expectations. We don't know what will happen for any individual. We can look at probabilities and chances. But the way progress is made, the way advances occur, requires going to the very edge and pushing very hard. Many times in science we fail, but that is what often drives medicine forward and leads to discovery.
Here in the bone marrow transplant unit, a team of oncologists treats people with blood cancer who a generation ago would have died. But now a bone marrow transplant gives them a chance of survival.
We are an extraordinarily aggressive group of physicians. We couldn't do what we do if we weren't very aggressive. We can endure some level of suffering among our patients because we believe that while we do make them suffer, that there is a greater good at the end of it, that they will come out the other side. And we've seen it enough times that we hold it as a belief.
When you transfuse her today, let's get a post-transfusion CBC.
A bone marrow transplant is one of the most drastic therapies in oncology, and it's expensive. The cost of a transplant alone can be close to $250,000.
Stem cell transplantation is viewed as the final strategy that has the potential to cure diseases that are otherwise incurable. We're using super lethal doses of radiation. We're talking about radiation that patients were exposed to nearly with the A-bomb, and they get sick enough so that they can die from infection or bleeding or other organ toxicities. The mortality from transplant can be 25-30% from the treatment. On the other hand, we're dealing with diseases which will otherwise be fatal. So that's a struggle we have all the time, trying to weigh the potential risk of death from the procedure and the risk of death from the disease.
Morning. Good.
When Albert Alberti, 53, was first diagnosed 2 years ago with MDS, a type of leukemia, he was given only months to live. Married with 3 young children, he knew a bone marrow transplant was his only hope for a cure.
So, Albert, how is the skin doing? How is the rash doing?
Not good.
Is it more itchy compared with last week?
Yes.
Yeah, the skin is very, very red.
Albert had one transplant, but it failed. And then he had another. Both were covered by his insurance. But with each one, he's had terrible complications, including pneumonia and a stroke.
When the first transplant didn't work, we went to the second one, and I still stayed positive. But then when I had the stroke, that sort of broke me. And I always felt myself as a pretty tough guy, but my emotions lately have been. So it wears at you, these diseases. I had my appendix out once, and it was a week. I was back to normal. Broke my arm, 6 weeks, and back to normal. It's 11 months, and they have no answers.
We are just still debating about what to give you. We don't want to harm you. We want to help you. We're still looking for donors for you.
If I have another stem cell transplant, I would have to get stronger, heavier, right? Because the chemo treatment would...
The stronger you are, the better it will be for you. So...
Okay. Hopefully we find another donor and I could go through another transplant, and this one will be successful and I could get back to a normal life. That's my goal.
He's got to take every step possible. It's tough, but why give up? What's that gonna do?
Some patients want to know, what are my chances of surviving? But even when the numbers are low, they still go for it because the option of living is worth it. It's very difficult for me to say to a patient, I don't think you have any treatment opportunity. I never said that to any patient. Never. I think I can humanly say that to a patient. I always say, well, we can do this or the other, even if it's in a palliative way, but I always say there is something to do.
Oh no. You go every Monday to get Lento's pizza.
Lento's doesn't exist
Cantina.
anymore.
For nearly 9 months, John Maloney has been in the hospital with one complication after another.
Oh, this is good. Can I have a ham and cheese sandwich?
But now there is a chance to go home.
You get the fresh ham.
This has been crazy. He has been hospitalized since January. It's October now. I'm watching the seasons go. I opened my pool. I closed my pool. He never even saw it. He hasn't stopped fighting in 2 years now. It's been 2 years, and he's just keep going. I'm going to do this, and we're going to have time, and we're going to do things, and I'm going to get better. And that's still his mantra. That's still what he's saying.
John Maloney, a corrections officer, was 55 when he was first diagnosed with multiple myeloma. He's tried every available treatment, including 2 bone marrow transplants, but his myeloma keeps coming back.
So you're gonna lift up as high as you can? Okay.
It's hard to watch. You know, John was 6'3", 250 pounds. He's like 150 pounds now. You know, it's very hard to see him like this. Sometimes when I come into the hospital, I'm almost gasping, you know, like, wow. And I told John, I said, no more cancer treatment, no more chemo. I can't see you be any more debilitated. But then you talk and you say, okay, let's try something mild, because doing nothing, it's scary to do nothing, because what if I don't want him to die, you know? So you feel like you want to do something.
I'm ready.
Can you believe it?
I can get out of here, right?
Well, apparently you did the stairs.
I did the stairs.
Yeah.
Pretty good, too. I was kind of...
Although doctors believe they can no longer control his myeloma, John doesn't want to stop treatment. So they've agreed to send him home on a mild chemotherapy.
I still think you're not strong enough to get big time chemo in the hospital. And let's face it, you've been here for so long, it's time to leave for a little while.
Oh, it's very time to live.
But I think we've accomplished the goal that we tried to accomplish.
Right.
To get you on some oral chemotherapy, to get you strong enough to go home, to
Right.
keep things stable. And I think, you know, the goal was to go home. So.
Definitely going.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, great.
Sounds good. Okay, have a wonderful weekend at home.
All right, great. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for everything. See you Monday. Okay.
All
right, John. You're back home for a while.
No. It's back home.
Good. Good. Some physicians can keep giving treatment, and some find it unacceptable. And that is, I think, where the art and science of medicine mix. The lines are blurred, and they're also different for different physicians. Sometimes there are patients for whom I think about them and I wish we'd stopped earlier because I think they suffered unnecessarily, but in the moment, in the heat of that moment, maybe I didn't realize it at that time. Sometimes there are forces outside of the patient and myself that are the patient's family, other physicians, and so sorting that out can be very, very tricky in those moments. And each situation is slightly different.
The significant other came and said this morning that he told her he was tired and he wanted to be a DNR. He still wanted everything done, but
A patient's girlfriend has just told doctors that he wants to sign a do not resuscitate order, a DNR.
An IV needs to be changed every 3 days.
Norman Smelly has been in the hospital for 2 months, suffering from life-threatening complications of his transplant.
Tell me, what's happening? You having pain in your belly? You're scared of what? What are you scared of?
I don't want to do it if you're scared.
Norm, we don't have to do it. There's nothing wrong with the catheter. It's
Right.
working. It's not.
Although he's always told Dr. Rossman that he wants everything done to stay alive, he's now starting to refuse treatments, and she needs to know if he's changed his mind.
Let me ask you something. Rita said that you've been thinking a little bit about if you ever needed a vent, what you would do or what you would want us to do. And have you thought about that more? And do you want to tell me something about that?
If something should happen and you would have trouble breathing, do you want to be put on a respirator to help you breathe? You do. Is that a yes? Okay. All right.
That's what...
Breathe. You do. Is that a yes? Okay. All right.
That's what you always did express to me, but I want to make sure that hasn't changed. Listen, I want to say something that you should think about today, but you don't have to say anything about it now. I just want to say it to you, okay? If you're tired and you don't want us to do this anymore, that's okay with me. But you gotta let me know. I don't want to put you through procedures that you don't want to go through, but I don't want to not do the things that are right in terms of trying to help you get better. Okay, Norm? This is what I told him. I told him if he doesn't want to do it anymore,
Norman's girlfriend, Jima, has been with him 24 hours a day for the past 2 months.
I'm trying to read from his face.
But she is not his healthcare proxy.
I want to respect what he wants.
But he wants to sign DNA.
He didn't say that just now. We asked him. So
He said it to me.
I
that's
believe
what
you that he said it to you. I think
And then I
this is
told-
what I think is I think it's kind of going. I think everything is yes, no, yes, no. I asked, who is the healthcare proxy? Phyllis. If you can stop breathing, do you want us to put you on a vent? Yes.
Oh, he did.
So, but I think 1 minute this way, 1 minute that.
I know him, what he wants. I'm not the official healthcare proxy, but let me tell you, I don't want to see him suffering, people poking him. That's it. Nowadays, he doesn't want to be bothered, let me go, let me go. It's not one time he said it, so, he's tired.
It's the next morning, and overnight, Norman got worse. His liver began to fail.
I'm fine, Phyllis. How are you?
So doctors called in his sister Phyllis, who is his healthcare proxy.
A month ago, we discussed the healthcare proxy. And he said to me, I want everything. That's it. He said, I want everything. He's a young man. And you want everything? I said, okay, Norman, those are your wishes. I will do it. He knows his illness. He knows. So if he says he wants everything to stay alive, that's what I'm going to do.
Although Jima still believes he wants to stop treatment, Dr. Rossman and Norman's sister decided to send him to the intensive care unit to see if he could be stabilized.
Sometimes it's not completely clear what's reversible, what isn't. Will they rally from this moment, from this infection? You can count all the things that are moving against them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the prognosis is dismal. Sometimes those things can still, and it only takes a little bit sometimes to put them over the edge and back into the living. But in those wee hours of the night when you think about the patients and am I doing the right thing and so on, I think there are a lot of question marks that come up. And sometimes you fight to the bitter end and you still lose.
The degree of uncertainty you have to deal with now as the doctor, it's hard to describe how much greater it is than it ever was before. Because there's so much innovation and because of how rapidly it evolves, there's almost always something else that we can do to put off the inevitable. Another course of chemotherapy, a little bit more radiation. What if we got one more CAT scan? What if we explored this person's belly one more time? There's always a nagging concern in the back of your mind. Have I really left no stone unturned?
in the context of bone marrow transplant, it's even more uncertain because this is a field of medicine that has advanced so much, where new treatments and new interventions can change outcome, so that now many, many lives are saved. But you cannot escape the reality that too often that success is not the case, and you risk amplifying suffering.
Hi. Hey. What happened?
Around 7 o'clock last night, I was feeling very unstable. My balance was off, and I put my children to bed early.
3 weeks after his clinic visit, Albert Alberti was back in the hospital.
And I just fell off the toilet bowl, slow motion. I couldn't stop myself.
Are you having any headache today?
No,
Any change in your vision?
no.
Can we try and stand up?
Mr. Alberti was in a really horrible position because not only had the first transplant fail, but his underlying disease had recurred.
Don't worry, I'm holding on to you.
Small steps.
And he was so debilitated that the reality of him being strong enough to withstand the rigors of another transplant was minuscule.
All right, so this is what we'll do. I'll go look at the CAT scan, and then we'll speak with the neurologist.
One thing that makes our patients different from other patient populations is by the time that we transplant them first time, second time, they've been through so much that at that point, stopping therapy is not even within the mindset of the majority of our patients. Stopping treatment almost means that we acknowledge that death is near.
We'll make it through this. Have to.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Hi, how are you? Good.
John Maloney is also back in the hospital. Home for only a week, he was brought back in on an emergency admission.
You definitely are a lot better than yesterday.
I didn't even know what day it was today when I woke up. And on Monday, I was in good shape. We started out the door, and I'm telling you, it's like somebody shot me.
That was Friday. I kind of wish we didn't do that second stem cell transplant, but he doesn't. He said I had to take the chance. I had to, so we have different feelings on that.
To bring down your calcium.
I think everything went downhill from that. The chemo that he had prior to the stem cell transplant. Even though he lived, he survived, he hasn't walked since.
I do think that the disease is getting worse. So we need to think about where to go from here. Knowing that you've had many, many therapies for your myeloma, including 2 transplants. And now when we make a decision, we need to think very carefully because many therapies that we give you may affect your quality of life or may even shorten your life. So things to think about would be, to go home with a lot of support. With home hospice would be a possibility, or not. Or if John wants to try further therapy, then we can try to tweak this regimen that you've received. But I'm not sure it will really help.
But if you're saying to do therapy and it's not going to help, so why not just do nothing? Would it still stay the same?
I think doing nothing is a very important consideration.
¿Es este? Creo que sí, ¿no?
Drummer. Bijou.
No
Philosophy has been trying to explain how the mind relates to the world for roughly 400 years. It has produced two broad families of answer, and both have failed in the same way. The rationalist says the mind imposes structure on experience, and what we call the world is experience organized by the categories the mind brings to it. The empiricist says the mind receives sensory inputs and builds its picture of the world from the data those inputs provide. The rationalist cannot explain how the mind's categories make genuine contact with anything beyond themselves. The empiricist cannot explain how bare sensory inputs become the organized, meaningful, object-directed experience we actually have. Both traditions take for granted the very thing that needs explaining. The fact that experience is already of something, already directed at a world, already structured as the appearance of objects with specific characters. They argue about the source of that structure without first asking what it means for experience to have it at all. Phenomenology is the attempt to ask that prior question with the full rigor it deserves. Its founding claim is simple and radical. Before you can explain consciousness, you have to describe it. And the description done carefully reveals structures that every prior theory had missed. Edmund Husserl, working in Germany at the turn of the 20th century, identified those structures under the name of intentionality and built a method for investigating them that he called phenomenological reduction. Everything that followed, Heidegger's ontology of existence, Sartre's phenomenology of freedom, Merleau-Ponty's account of the lived body, Levinas's ethics of the face, the contemporary debates about naturalization and critical phenomenology, grew from Husserl's initial move and from the problems it generated. What you are about to hear is not a survey of positions. It is a reconstruction of the reasoning that drove the tradition forward, the problems that each thinker inherited from the one before, and the new problems their solutions created. Each major figure in phenomenology produced their central ideas by pressing on a tension that their predecessor had left unresolved. Heidegger's being in the world is not an alternative to Husserl's intentionality. It is a response to a specific flaw in Husserl's account of what intentionality presupposes. Sartre's consciousness as nothingness is not a correction to Heidegger. It is a response to a specific claim Husserl made about the structure of the ego. Levinas's account of the face is not an independent ethical theory. It is the consequence of following the logic of the phenomenological account of the other, to the point where that account collapses under its own weight. The tradition is unified not by shared conclusions, but by a shared problem that none of its thinkers fully solved. That problem is the relationship between the first-person structure of experience and everything that exceeds it. The world that is more than what appears. The other person who is genuinely other and not a projection. The body that acts before consciousness decides. The time that flows without a further ground. And the history and social structure that shape experience all the way down, not merely at the surface. Every debate in contemporary phenomenology, the debate over naturalization, the critical phenomenological challenge to universalist claims, the contest between transcendental and hermeneutic approaches, turns on some version of this problem. You are not here to learn the history of a tradition. You are here to think a problem that is still alive. Part 1. The problem before the method. Why consciousness resisted. Every prior framework. Consider what happens when a scientist sets out to study consciousness using standard scientific tools. She forms hypotheses, identifies causal mechanisms, and tests claims against controlled observations. Every one of those operations already depends on consciousness working in a specific, reliable way. The object of study is the very capacity performing the study. This is not a practical difficulty that better instruments could resolve. It is structural, and no refinement of scientific method touches it. By the late 19th century, the dominant response to this problem was psychologism. Psychologism holds that the laws of logic and mathematics are laws describing how human minds actually operate. The law of non-contradiction, on this view, becomes a regularity in human cognition rather than a timeless necessity. This position had genuine appeal because it kept logic continuous with natural science and required no mysterious realm of abstract objects. Its defenders were serious philosophers working in the emerging discipline of scientific psychology. The problem is that psychologism fails precisely on its own terms, in a way that is decisive and irreparable. If logical laws are contingent truths about how human minds operate, they could, in principle, have been otherwise. A being with different cognitive architecture might reason under different logical laws. But then the argument you use to defend psychologism carries no greater authority than "this is how we happen to reason." You have invoked logical validity to argue that logical validity is merely contingent psychological regularity. The conclusion cancels the argument that produces it. This is the specific point where psychologism collapses, not empirically, but through internal self-defeat. Husserl pressed this critique in the Prolegomena to the logical investigations in 1900. It forced a question that none of the available frameworks could satisfactorily answer. If logical necessity is not psychological regularity, where does it come from, and how do finite minds grasp it? Platonism answers that logical objects exist independently of any mind, accessible through a special cognitive faculty. But this relocates the mystery rather than dissolving it. The question becomes how physical neural processes make contact with non-physical abstract objects at all. Kantian transcendentalism offered a different answer. Necessity derives from the structure of cognition itself. All possible objects must conform to the conditions of possible experience, which is what makes necessary truths available to finite minds. Kantianism, however, generated its own equally serious problem. If the categories of understanding impose form on experience and things in themselves remain inaccessible, then the objective world is a cognitive construction. Necessity is preserved, but any claim to describe mind-independent reality as it actually is becomes unavailable. Kant posits a transcendental ego as the formal unity underlying experience, but offers no account of how that ego could examine its own structure. What was needed was a method for examining the structures of experience exactly as they give themselves, without presupposing any theoretical framework. Introspective psychology could not provide this. It was already embedded in the natural attitude it was supposed to ground. Kantian transcendental analysis could not provide it either, because it approached those structures deductively rather than descriptively. Empiricism started from sensory data and could never recover the necessity that logic requires. Rationalism started from rational structure and could never explain why that structure genuinely contacts anything beyond itself. Both traditions assumed the relation between mind and world was settled, and argued only about which side was primary. Phenomenology was the attempt to examine that relation before either side had been privileged. Its commitment was to the phenomena themselves, as they appear in experience before scientific explanation has re-described them. But doing this rigorously requires a prior account of how consciousness is directed at things at all. What makes it possible for experience to be of an object rather than merely a state or event? That account was the one thing psychologism got partly right before getting it catastrophically wrong. It came from Brentano, and it contained a flaw severe enough to force Husserl to dismantle and reconstruct the entire framework. Part 2. Intentionality without the psychologist's fallacy, Brentano's wager, and its flaw. The question of what distinguishes mental phenomena from physical ones had been answered many ways. They differ in substance in Descartes, in their dependency on a nervous system for the physiologist, in their privacy for the introspectionist. Brentano's answer in psychology from an empirical standpoint in 1874 was different in kind from all of these. He proposed that every mental phenomenon is essentially characterized by directedness toward an object. When you believe something. When you desire something. When you fear something. No physical phenomenon has this structure. A stone falling is not falling at something in the relevant sense. Brentano called this property intentional inexistence, borrowing language from the medieval scholastics. The term is easily misread and has been systematically misread in analytic philosophy as meaning that the object of thought fails to exist. That is not what Brentano meant. He meant that the object is inexistent in the mental act in the sense of dwelling within it, having a kind of existence inside the act rather than only outside in the world. On this picture, when you think of a tree, the tree as an intentional object inhabits your mental act as a constituent of it. The object is immanent to the act. This immanentism was the wager, and it was both Brentano's strength and his fatal flaw. Its strength, it explained how you can think of non-existent objects, dragons, round squares, the present King of France. The dragon doesn't exist in the world, but something is present as the object of your thought, and that something is immanent to the act itself. No external referent is required for intentionality to operate. Its flaw. If the object of every mental act is immanent to that act, you have effectively sealed consciousness inside itself. And the question of how any mental act reaches genuinely transcendent, mind-independent objects becomes unanswerable. You now have two trees, the real tree outside and the intentional tree inside, and no account of how they connect. Husserl recognized this problem in the logical investigations as requiring a fundamental structural revision. He was not simply adding a corrective, he was replacing the entire architecture. His move was to distinguish three things that Brentano had conflated: the intentional act, the intentional content, and the intentional object. The act is the type of mental event, perceiving, remembering, desiring. The content, which Husserl eventually systematized as the noema, is the meaning through which the object is presented, the object as intended under a specific set of determinations. The object itself is what the act is about, which can remain numerically identical across many different acts and contents. Holding a specific white coffee cup in your hand, you can perceive it, remember it later, imagine it broken, wish you had another one. Each of these is a different act, directed through a different content, but aimed at the same object. The cup is not inside any of these acts. It is their transcendent target, given through content but not reducible to it. This move breaks Brentano's immanentism without sacrificing the insight that intentionality is the mark of the mental. Consciousness can now be genuinely world-directed without having to duplicate the world inside itself. But this structural revision introduced a problem that Brentano's version had avoided. If the object of experience is genuinely transcendent to the act, then the object can fail to exist while the act retains its full intentional structure. Perceptual hallucination and veridical perception share the same phenomenological character from the inside. The act of seeing a pink elephant has the full structure of intentionality, even if there is no pink elephant. This means intentionality cannot be explained by a causal relation between the object and the act, since the relation obtains even when the object is absent. The content, the noema, must be doing the work of directing the act toward its object, independently of whether the object exists. But the noema is a strange entity, not the object itself, not merely a mental state, but something with a kind of ideal identity that multiple acts can share. Here is where Husserl's revision generates a debate that remains unresolved in current literature. Dagfinn Føllesdal read the noema as structurally analogous to a Phrygian sense, an abstract entity that mediates reference, determining an object without being identical to it. On this reading, Husserl is an internalist about intentional content. The object is fixed by what is cognitively accessible to the subject. John Drummond and others argued that the noema is not an intermediary at all, but the object itself as given from a perspective, which is closer to a direct realist reading. The difference is load-bearing. On the Føllesdal reading, Husserl faces the same problems as any internalist theory of content, including the twin earth problem, where two subjects with identical inner states are directed at different objects. On the Drummond reading, that problem does not arise. But the account of intentionality in hallucinatory cases becomes harder to sustain. Brentano's psychologism also did not fully disappear from Husserl's inheritance. Brentano wanted intentionality to found a rigorous descriptive psychology, a science of mental acts catalogued by their type and direction. Husserl kept the descriptive ambition, but insisted that the structures being described are not empirical psychological facts, but essential structures that any possible consciousness must exhibit. This is the difference between psychology as a natural science and phenomenology as an eidetic discipline, one concerned with essences rather than contingent facts. The distinction is crucial, because if phenomenology is just introspective psychology with better vocabulary, it inherits all the problems Husserl diagnosed in psychologism. But if it is genuinely an eidetic science, We need to know how we gain access to essences without simply doing empirical psychology by another name. Part 3. The reduction that cannot quite be performed. Husserl's epoche and its internal crisis. You wake up in the morning and proceed through the day without pausing to wonder whether the objects around you actually exist. The floor is there. You walk on it. The coffee is there. You drink it. Objects are just present, requiring no theoretical justification, soliciting your engagement and receding as you move on. Husserl called this the natural attitude, and it is not a mistake. It is the operative background assumption within which all ordinary activity and all natural science proceeds. The natural attitude poses a problem for phenomenology. If we want to study how consciousness constitutes its objects, we cannot conduct that study from within the natural attitude, because from within it, objects simply are, and consciousness appears as just one more item in the already constituted world. What is needed is a shift in orientation that makes the constituting activity visible rather than invisible. Husserl's instrument for this is the epoche, from the Greek skeptical term for suspension of judgment. The epoche is not a skeptical move, and it is not Cartesian doubt. Descartes' doubt aimed at demolishing the natural attitude to rebuild on secure foundations. The epoche merely suspends the act of existence positing, leaving the world's appearance entirely intact. The distinction is precise and important. After performing the epoche, I still have the full experience of the room around me, the desk, the lamp, the window. Nothing is removed from the field of experience. What is suspended is only my implicit It is the hollow ache of feeling disconnected, abandoned, and unseen. It is a
Time is a very difficult thing to pin down. There's a famous saying of St. Augustine of Hippo that when he was asked, "What is time?" he said, "I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't." And yet it seems absolutely fundamental to our life. Time is money, we say. I don't have enough time. Time flies. Time drags. And I think we should go into the question of what this is, because in our ordinary common sense, we think of time as a one-way motion from the past through the present and on into the future. And that carries along with it another impression, which is to say that life moves from the past to the future in such a way that what happens now and what will happen is always the result of what has happened in the past. In other words, we seem to be driven along. You know, once upon a time it was fashionable in psychology for people to speak of man's and animals' instincts. That we have, for example, an instinct for survival, an instinct to make love, and so on. But nowadays that word has become unfashionable, and psychologists tend instead to use the word drives, and to speak of the need for food as a drive, the need for survival or for sex as drives. And that's a very significant word, because it's brought out, isn't it, by people who feel driven. I must say personally, if I feel hungry, I don't feel driven. Also, if I feel lusty, I don't feel driven. Because I don't say, oh, excuse me, but I have to eat. Or excuse me, but I need to fulfill my sexual urges, my biological impulses. I say, hooray, I identify myself with my drives. They're me. And I don't take a passive attitude towards them and apologize for it. So the whole idea of our being driven is connected with the idea of causality, of life moving under the power of the past. And that is so ingrained in our common sense that it's very difficult to get rid of it, because I want to turn the thing round completely the other way and say that the past is the result of the present. Let us suppose, just for the sake of example, that this universe started with a Big Bang, as some cosmologists believe. Now, when that bang happened, it was the present, wasn't it? And so the universe began in what we will call a now moment. Then it goes on doing its stuff. And always, when any event that we now call past came into being in the present, out of it. That's one way of seeing it. But before we get further involved in this, I want to draw your attention to a fallacy in the very common sense idea of causality. That events are caused by previous events, from which they flow or result necessarily. To understand the fallacy of that idea, we have to begin by asking, what do you mean by an event? Let's take the event of a human being coming into the world. Now, when does that event begin? Does it occur at the moment of parturition, when the baby actually comes out of its mother? Or does the baby begin at the moment of conception? Or does the baby begin when it was an evil gleam in its father's eye?
fire. Or fifth, más bien, para el oro. So, what does that mean? Fifth breath. A ver. Eso. Sí significa oro. Eso. Vamos a ver la repetición, ¿no? Okay. Pero así ya empieza. Se supone que así empieza. Che, boludo. Nice. I'm gonna see if I get a good partida, ¿sí o no?
survival, even if you are not in a life and death. So a lot of thinking we do is for survival, even if you are not in a life and death situation. One part of us is the person experiencing existence, the one living experience, reacting, feeling, and surviving. The other part is the person inside of us observing the experience, the observer. And the observer is here to make sense of things. right? Looking for order and pattern. Once something is understood, the observer can use that to, anticipate future events. So the experiencer has a better chance of navigating what comes next. But there is this internal chaos of the process of thinking and decision making. Right? What kind of knowledge the observer builds, how it frames and interprets what the experiencer brings, that depends entirely on the observer's perception. And we do often need a lot of, building blocks to understand something deeply. For example, you compare things to understand the differences, like reference points. In my last video, I talked about a scenario of cognitive dystopia, right? I described this kind of internal horror where you can't expand your perception. It's constrained. The observer has no building blocks and reference points to draw differences. And therefore, they can't diagnose what's wrong with their current reality. And they don't have enough mental tools to understand things in depth, despite being in a state of, emotional turmoil. So in this case, even if you are able to observe what is happening, the observer is there, right? But you still lack of the cognitive tools to gain meaningful insight. So think about how a child functions, right? A child can experience and observe reality, but often lacks the language to conceptualize it. They can feel the weight of a negative situation, but that doesn't mean they can diagnose or dissect the circumstances to gain a deeper insight. So I think they can to a degree, but a lot of those insights come later when they grow older, where the experiencer has allowed the observer to gather way more information. But as I grow older, right, I realize that being locked in a constrained, limited perception isn't necessarily a situation unique to childhood. Right? Much of the way we exist in our adult world still involves, experiencing the same turmoil. So there is something very interesting to me that I spend a lot of time thinking about. It's this essay written by writer J.M. Coetzee. It was actually the speech he gave when he received the Nobel Prize in 2003. So some brief background on the writer. Right? Coetzee is a South African Australian novelist known for being very precise and kind of detached in his writing. Right? He explores this tension between a person's internal world and the external reality that tries to consume it in a way. So he's interested in these almost cold mechanics of how we survive our own isolation. And sometimes when I look back on my own life, I prefer to examine everything in a distant, detached way. I often go through the process of reflection in an almost clinical manner. Right? Of course, this is just a small part of it, but that process used to cause me a certain degree of mental discomfort, and I was using writing to handle it. I used to stay up, so many nights just frantically writing about things. So, in a way, I feel writers write to cope with suffering, but part of it is also a way to enforce this distance between the self and the experience. So when you write something down, you're essentially, for example, turning an experience into a report, kind of, right, for yourself. Something discrete. You've created a new channel or a new way to experience things. You might be suffering, but you're also observing the mechanics of your own suffering. So writing changes how you perceive a memory, for example. In the process, you move beyond being the experiencer and the observer. You become the narrator as well. You get to witness your own survival from the outside in a way. So it's such a private and intimate process. I feel nothing is quite like it. So through the process of writing, right, you're not just this character being acted upon by an environment, right? You have constructed a world in it. And it's up to you how you conceptualize that world, language, imagination, well, as limited as it may be. But you get to observe the way you observe reality. So in a way, it's also an experience of, true autonomy, and that's what many intelligent mind craves in reality is this autonomy. So there is an intellectual satisfaction that comes with it, right? Even if you are not a writer, it's still something worth trying for your own experience. So personally, I find the pleasure of writing itself just as intriguing as the depth it brings. So with some writers, you can actually sense this experience of pleasure, just from reading their works. So speaking of pleasure, I feel that pleasure in life is always a subject that's been kind of overlooked, right? It's sometimes just because the outside world is full of cruelty and chaos. Some of us kind of refuse to let pleasure carry any, real weight of deep meaning. And I don't necessarily agree with that, and that's not my outlook on life. There is suffering in thinking, and there's also pleasure, right? Does curiosity bear no pleasure in itself? Of course it does, right? And if I choose to assign my entire life's meaning to that, right, who is to say that I cannot? So back to the writer Coetzee's speech, right? His speech titled "He and His Men." It's already a strange title. Right? It was an unusual speech to give, to be honest. Instead of giving a standard lecture or a history of him as a writer, he told a fictional story about a traveler and his secretary. So the story is about a guy named Robinson Crusoe, right, who was shipwrecked on a deserted island. Now, Robinson Crusoe is old and he's done with adventure. He doesn't travel anymore. He lives alone in Bristol and he barely leaves his room, right? But he gets these letters. Someone is out in the world traveling around England and sending him back detailed reports of what they're seeing. So Crusoe calls the someone his men, hence the title He and His Men. So these reports Crusoe receives are detailed accounts of ordinary and horrifying things happening out there. Things such as traps laid out in the countryside that were designed to trap ducks and kill them. Or floods or plague in London, description of execution machines, deaths of bodies, violence and dread. So I was quite taken back by the language, Gautier used to describe these events, the intricacy of it. So who is that influencer?
Papitos, papito, papito, papito. Hombre, qué fuiste, ya está capturado. Muy bien. ¿Pero qué ha pasado? Ya no hay. Ya no hay, ya no hay. Equipo, ¿por qué no vienen a hacerme? Bueno. Wow, ¿por qué no muere, güey? ¿Qué pedo trae? Escudo. Bruh.
These very detailed reports to Robinson Crusoe. So Crusoe calls this someone his men, hence the title He and His Men. So these reports Crusoe receives are detailed accounts of ordinary and horrifying things happening out there. Things such as traps laid out in the countryside that were designed to trap ducks and kill them, or floods or plague in London, description of execution machines, death and bodies, violence and dread. So I was quite taken back by the language, Coetzee used to describe these events, the intricacy of it. So who is sending these very detailed reports to Robinson Crusoe, right? The man, just sits there in his room and read these. Who is this traveling reporter? Turns out it's a man called Daniel Defoe. But the problem is Daniel Defoe is actually the real writer who invented the character Crusoe in his 1719 novel in the first place. So what Coetzee has done here is taken Defoe's own character and put Defoe himself, the writer of the story, inside it, but with the power flipped. So now the character Crusoe is the one sitting and thinking, and his own creator is out in the world sending him reports. So Crusoe is receiving the world through the man who invented him. So you have this strange loop, right? Defoe invented Crusoe, but Crusoe is now sitting in a room trying to make sense of Defoe's world. Neither of them quite understands the other. So there is this duality between Robinson Crusoe, he, and Daniel Defoe, the man, right? This exploration of experience and representation. So it's kind of a study of, the alienation in the act of observation itself, right? This strange relationship between a life lived and the life recorded. So here recorded, is through words and reports and all that. So what is this so-called representation problem, right? Defoe constructs Crusoe, brings him alive and gives him language, shape, meaning, feelings. But we can say doing all of this, right? He kind of also limits him as well. So it's an exploration of the duality we were just talking about. The part of you just lives life, and then the part just sits back and observes. Just like I mentioned before, how the observer inside you constructs, the information from your experience is dependent on the observer's perception, right? Not only that, the minute the observer tries to put them into words, the limitation will come with it naturally. So is this act of naming and framing the experience also an act of reduction in some ways, right? Maybe something always gets lost in the translation from experience to, conceptualized narrative. So when we name and frame things in our mind, right, is it already an act of distortion? Right? Because language and structure, description, all of things largely constrained by our limited perception, right? Are we just inevitably misrepresenting things? Because language maybe cannot really reproduce what the experience lived. So when you describe an experience, right, it turns into a translation of that experience. And along the process, maybe something always gets lost or distorted. We're always naming things the wrong names in a way. And there's this word called catachresis, which means the use of a word in a context that differs significantly from its proper application, often creating a strained, forced, or paradoxical figure of speech, originating from the Greek for misuse. It can be a deliberate rhetorical device to forge new meanings or unintentional linguistic error. So in this story, right, the Crusoe-Defoe relationship is a very strange one. They are the same person who cannot really properly reach each other. There's always this gap. But at the same time, it also explores this, delicate relationship between a writer and his characters, right? Think about this whole experiencer and observer thing, right? The experiencer gets this experience from the outside world, and the observer has to deal with whatever is given, right? The observer didn't choose the experience. The observer can't ignore it either, right? So the observer just has to follow where the experience leads. Now circle back to what I was talking about, right? That version of cognitive dystopia in my last video, right? I said I had these dreams where reference points, all of that don't exist, right? There are no tools. So I was kind of like describing, if I have to put it into a familiar context for other people, it's more like somebody was born into the 1984 world, without knowing any possible alternate places, and will never get to know that. The person's mind can never conceptualize anything else beyond this immediate environment. But here, even with great perception, even with all the reference points you can get, right, the observer's output is just an approximation, it seems. So not because the observer is bad at this whole thing, but because it's the nature of our existence, right? That's just how we experience things. So even a functioning observer cannot fully capture what the experience lived. So when we are living, right, while the observer inside us is trying to turn any lived experience into a narrative, yet can never fully capture the experience itself, does that imply human consciousness is always in some kind of divided state? To elaborate on this, right, for example, the report that Crusoe receives, one of them was about this duck decoy. It's this complex system of pipes and nets used to lure ducks into a trap to kill them. So the traveling reporter, which is the writer himself, right, wrote this whole thing in very intricate details. Extremely clinical details, to the point that it has some kind of seduction, as if, through these extremely detailed description and organizations, we finally can get an accurate understanding and grasp about the system of duck decoy. Right? I was feeling such a dread, reading that part. Basically, the ducks don't understand they're being lured into the traps for death. Right? The ducks believe they're in a natural pond, but they're actually inside a machine designed for their capture. So the duck decoy, kind of represents the nature of organized reality, right? We feel as long as we can, describe it, record it, with words, as much detail as possible, accurate details, right? We have some control over our reality, as if the more detail, more description, more recording we have about a system, right? The more we feel we understand it. Yet that understanding does nothing to save the ducks in the end. So these details, these descriptions, they give us this illusion of control or profundity, while the cruelty of the outside world, remains unchanged. So it poses these questions, right? Is our consciousness in this perpetual divided state? Is our profundity or human depth just some kind of byproduct of this distance we have internally? But I want to circle back to something I talked about in my last video, the imagination problem. Because with everything I just described, all these limitations, the observers that distorts, the experience cannot be fully named, I still think there's a way to perhaps get to the next stage of your thinking, right? To expand your perception, even though the next stage could still be part of the illusion or distortion. But there is this shared reality, right? But there's also a world of an individual. And in my last video, I never specified what that imagination is, right? I just kept mentioning this vague term, an internal world. The reason I have such a hard time, defining it is because I don't want to turn it into some kind of intellectual exercise. And I think the moment I try to frame it and name it, it limits itself, just like what I just talked about, before. It becomes a restrained concept, which in itself probably lacks of imagination, right? That's the trap. So just like Coetzee explored, the gap between these two characters doesn't really get resolved in the end. So sometimes when you ask certain artists, like how to be creative, a lot of time they genuinely can't explain it because words limit it, right? But this is just an example. It doesn't have to be about art, right? Different people have different things. But this whole imagination thing is also not just some type of daydreaming or coping mechanism. The coping is just a consequence of being in a relationship with your own experience. That's not the point of it, not all of it. I think you just have to explore and discover what that is for yourself. I think that's the whole point of it. I mean, in a way, right, you're sitting here listening to all the stuff. is an attempt to provoke some of that imagination, if possible.
Obligatory, but are just fairly good.
Okay.
And therefore, some of our obligations are obligations to do what God tells us.
Okay, good. I've got to keep my promise at holding to 5 minutes, and I wouldn't want to do something immoral. So I'll come back to you on a couple of these, Richard. As Richard was speaking there, I picked on a bunch of things that I can imagine you disagree with, Alex. Moral facts, and then we started talking about God as well. So where do you want to start?
I think there's a lot to agree with, of course, in what everybody said, as there always is. I really like this idea of starting with sort of nothing and beginning to build things into our universe and see when intuitively we think this thing called ethics might evolve. Because it's quite a difficult thing to define, right? Famously, terms like good and bad are extremely difficult to put into precise or imprecise definitions. So, okay, let's try to analyze what it is that we think makes something moral, and a universe in which that wouldn't exist. One way of doing that might be to start with, the atoms and the planets and then the people, and we might say that it's somewhere around where consciousness evolves. I agree with that. But think about everyday actions as well, right? Like if I'm walking down the street and you see me kick a homeless person for fun. There are two things, that's important. There are two things that you could say, right? One is you could sort of think to yourself a descriptive fact. Alex just kicked a homeless person. That's a fact. That's in your mind. It's a proposition that you're thinking about. Another is like, I think it's wrong that he did that. Right? Propositions like that, though, like they don't sort of appear in your consciousness in that way. Some people think in sentences, but for me, that proposition, Alex just kicked a homeless person, would kind of exist in my mind before the words that I formulated them in. Okay, so then I'm just going to ask, like, what's the difference between those kinds of like propositions or statements? A descriptive statement, like the sky is blue, could be true or false. The sky is blue, the chairs are green. Descriptive statements like that. And moral statements. That was wrong. You shouldn't have done that. For me, to cut quite short, because we only have 5 minutes, I am an ethical emotionist. I think the answer to this question is feeling. And that's why I think that there is quite a lot to agree with in what Richard Swinburne said, although perhaps for different reasons. Ethical emotivists think that ethical statements are expressions of emotion. So when you say that murder is wrong, crudely as A.J. Ayer had it, you're saying something a bit like boo murder. Okay? It's not the same thing as reporting on your feelings. It's not the same thing as saying I don't like murder. That's the kind of thing that could be true or false. That's a statement. It could be true that I don't like murder. I could be lying about that. But the expression of the emotion itself, that's what murder is wrong means. There are a few famous problems for this. One of the most simple is the problem of moral disagreement. Now, how do we account then for the fact that you've got people who disagree ethically with each other, and yet they seem to be talking meaningfully? Well, I agree with Professor Swinburne that you might see such a debate. I can't remember the exact example that you gave. Oh, about immigration or something, right? Yeah. And you might sort of think that something's right or wrong, and then you look on the TV and you see something and it changes your mind. But as Ayer also pointed out, so much of what we call moral disagreement is actually just factual disagreement. It exists on that descriptive plane. Because if the thing that changed your mind was a factual statement that you saw on the news, a number of people who've been stopped at a border, or an amount of suffering that had been caused, you haven't changed your mind on anything ethical. You've just changed your mind about a descriptive fact, and that descriptive fact has informed your ethical judgment on that particular instance. So another example might be like gun laws in the United States. You could have an ethical debate with somebody. You know that if you criminalize guns, then more people die of guns? That's just like a fact that can be tested as true or false. It's not a moral claim. You know that swimming pools kill more children than guns do. Maybe that's true, maybe that's false, but that's not a moral claim, that's a factual claim. And if those are the kinds of discussions you're having, which are making you change your mind, you're not debating ethics at all. So I would start by answering that objection by saying that a lot of what we call moral disagreement isn't moral disagreement at all. There's more to say about where there might be fundamental moral disagreement, of course, but I should be careful here. I don't even know what time we started. But the other thing to say is that there was another response to this, which is like, well, how else do we deal with moral disagreement? Apart from looking at things on the TV and stuff, there's also this wonderful concept of reflective equilibrium. You might be familiar with it from the work of John Rawls, when talking about how we should organise society. And you kind of have this idea where you've got your moral principles that you feed into this big ethics machine, and then you've got the consequences they cause. So Peter Singer has a wonderful idea that suffering matters no matter who's suffering. And you plug that into the machine, and what consequence does it give you? Well, we catch around 440 billion shrimp every single year, and for $1 donated to the Shrimp Welfare Project, you can save 1,500 of them from being tortured, essentially, before their death, right? Is that the best use of your money? Maybe. But the reflective equilibrium says, like, well, if you think that's a bit of an unintuitive use of your money, but you've also got this principle, this reflective equilibrium is sort of a tug and tussle between the two. What is governing? How much stock you place in whether that conclusion is true, and I just have to accept it because...
Proof for what goes around comes around, and always in a good way. It's Dr. Jessica Frazier. part-time skateboarder, full-time philosopher. It's Alex O'Connor. Now, please join me. If you've been here before, you may know that Rich has been with us before, Jessica's been with us before, Alex has been with us before. But I'm so excited tonight to welcome for the first time here at the Royal Institution Theatre, Peter Singer. Thank you all for being here. Now, in reference to a central question, we're having about an hour of free-flowing conversation before we open it up to questions from you, the audience. The main questions we're thinking about tonight are what the grounds of morality are and who counts, who should come into our moral calculations. Other animals, artificial intelligence and the like. Peter, would you like to kick us off? What grounds morality and what counts morally?
Well, what grounds morality, I believe, is our capacity to reason. Now, that's not denying that morality, that our moral instincts, our intuitions, have a base in evolution. We evolved as social mammals, and we can find something like morality, a kind of proto-morality, in our closer relatives, the chimpanzees and bonobos, for example. But if we really want to know what is right and wrong, I think we have to get beyond that. The fact that we have something that has evolved is not a reason for thinking that that is the right thing to do, especially not in the circumstances that we are now, which may be quite different from the circumstances in which we evolved. For example, we evolved in small communities of maybe 150 people, face-to-face communities. We now live in a world where we can make a difference to people on the other side of the world. So what are our obligations regarding that? I think the answer is that if we really think about it, the interests of any one human being and any other should carry equal weight, unless, of course, one of them has some problems so that they are incapable of experiencing pleasure or pain. Maybe they're not even conscious. That would mean that they don't have interests in the relevant sense. And in fact, I will go further and say that just as we can see that the interests of one human has the same weight as another if those interests are comparable, I think that extends even beyond our species. So although we've reached a status, at least officially, of accepting a universal declaration of human rights, which is a kind of statement that all human beings matter morally and matter equally in some sense, I think we need to move beyond that, and we need to recognize that the species of a being, just like the race or the sex of a being, is not in itself a reason for saying that the pain it may experience doesn't matter, or the pleasure that it experiences doesn't matter. I think that we should regard all sentient creatures as moral subjects, that is, as beings with moral standing, which means we have obligations not to harm them, and where we can, to promote their happiness and well-being. And it's also true then, if we want to talk about the possibility that artificial intelligence should become conscious, that if it does convince us that we have conscious AI, that it has feelings that matter, that cares about things, then that, I think, would also count as well. So that's my answer to the question, who is a moral subject? All sentient beings are moral subjects.
Jessica, you specialise in Hindu worldviews. The popular conception is that they have a better, or I don't want to say better, but they have a very different approach to non-human animal rights than we have traditionally in the West. What grounds that?
Ooh. Well, okay. I'm going to put out a theory, if you like, of how to look at it that I think folds in all beings who are able to experience good and bad. And I'm coming partly from the angle, indeed, that in Asian religions, you often don't have a particular god or a platonic good that is the point on which you hang all concepts of goodness. So you have to come at it a different way. I'm going to suggest something like looking at it through an ethics of ascent, where goodness is real, but it's more emergent from out of the natural world. And every being that can help generate an experience of good is part of that. So to illustrate that, and we'll come to kind of how this fits into Hindu and Buddhist ideas, but to illustrate it, imagine the Big Bang just happened. And suddenly there's space and time, and there's matter, and there's objects and relations. Is there ethics yet? Probably not. Next stage. Now there's chemicals, compounds, organic life, consciousness, experiences of anxiety and of flourishing. Is there ethics yet? Unclear. Next stage, you've got now consciousness, emotion, empathy, the ability to discover emotions in other beings, to plan on whether to use your agency to create happiness or sadness in other beings. You've got stories, you've got feeling, you've got art, you've got the ability for self-sacrifice. Now, emerging out of that picture, it feels like we have ethics. This is an idea that you find in a number of Indian texts. There's an ancient text that uses the image of spices. If you take spices by themselves, there's nothing that exciting there, but mix them the right way and you get flavor, which is an emergent thing that happens in minds, and it's a real thing. And I want to argue that ethics is a certain way of looking at it that sees ethics and goodness as real. It's something that emerges, and every being that is able to help generate it as an experience in some creature is part of that ethical realm. 3 things I'll end on. 1, it's a context ethics. That means there isn't one thing. It's going to arise differently in different situations. And so if you're a moral agent, you have to be able to be aware and skillful about how you manipulate your environment. 2, it means ethics is real. It's not a reductionist picture. It's a real ethical realm that is generated out of us partly, just as numbers, as stories are. So it's something we have to take very seriously. And 3, it puts you in the driver's seat, right? If you don't have a God or a good or a sign or a commandment, you have to be aware of how you're making good or bad every minute. And it's that sense of being part of the emergent arising of the good that is really where ethics and ethical subjects lie.
Richard, what do you make of this? Is ethics something there at the beginning of time, or does it emerge out of nature?
Let's consider the individual person. We learn, each of us, our ethical views from our parents who tell us this is wrong and that's right, and they tell us that with regard to our own behavior and with regard to the behavior of others. And so we start with certain particular judgments, and then we come to notice that these particular judgments exemplify general principles, such as that one shouldn't unnecessarily hurt people, and so on. And I don't think those principles are solely concerned with benefiting the experiences of others. One of the deepest moral principles is an obligation to fulfill your promises, whether or not it does anybody any good. If I am making a promise to a dying man that I will do so-and-so, and he dies, and he will never know whether I do so-and-so or not, and I think so-and-so is a bad thing to do, I would fail in my obligations if I didn't carry out his wishes. So it extends a lot further than human experiences. And what we learn is we come to see, to recognize as a result of the particular examples we've been given, general principles which cover a lot of examples, showing that some actions are obligatory and others are just good but not obligatory, and so on. And then we come into contact with other people who have different views. How
well-being, and we can find something like morality, a kind of proto-morality, in our closer relatives, the chimpanzees and bonobos, for example. But if we really want to know what is right and wrong, I think we have to get beyond that. The fact that we have something that has evolved is not a reason for thinking that that is the right thing to do, especially not in the circumstances that we are now, which may be quite different from the circumstances in which we evolved. For example, we evolved in small communities of maybe 150 people, face-to-face communities. We now live in a world where we can make a difference to people on the other side of the world. So what are our obligations regarding that? I think the answer is that if we really think about it, the interests of any one human being and any other should carry equal weight, unless, of course, one of them has some problem so that they are incapable of experiencing pleasure or pain. Maybe they're not even conscious. That would mean that they don't have interests in the relevant sense. And in fact, I will go further and say that Just as we can see that the interests of one human has the same weight as another if those interests are comparable, I think that extends even beyond our species. So although we've reached a status, at least officially, of accepting a universal declaration of human rights, which is a kind of statement that all human beings matter morally and matter equally in some sense, I think we need to move beyond that, and we need to recognize that the species of a being, just like the race or the sex of a being, is not in itself a reason for saying that the pain it may experience doesn't matter, or the pleasure that it experiences doesn't matter. I think that we should regard all sentient creatures as moral subjects, that is, as beings with moral standing, which means we have obligations not to harm them, and where we can, to promote their happiness and well-being. And it's also true then, if we want to talk about the possibility that artificial intelligence should become conscious, that if it does convince us that we have conscious AI, that it has feelings that matter, that cares about things, then that, I think, would also count as well. So that's my answer to the question, who is a moral subject? All sentient beings are moral subjects.
Jessica, you specialise in Hindu worldviews. The popular conception is that they have a better, or I don't want to say better, but they have a very different approach to non-human animal rights than we have traditionally in the West. What grounds that?
Ooh. Well, okay. I'm going to put out a theory, if you like, of how to look at it that I think folds in all beings who are able to experience good and bad. And I'm coming partly from the angle, indeed, that in Asian religions, you often don't have a particular god or a platonic good that is the point on which you hang all concepts of goodness. So you have to come at it a different way. I'm going to suggest something like looking at it through an ethics of assent, where goodness is real, but it's more emergent from out of the natural world, and every being that can help generate an experience of good is part of that. So to illustrate that, and we'll come to kind of how this fits into Hindu and Buddhist ideas, but to illustrate it, imagine the Big Bang just happened, and suddenly there's space and time, and there's matter, and there's objects and relations. Is there ethics yet? Probably not. Next stage. Now there's chemicals, compounds, organic life, consciousness, experiences of anxiety and of flourishing. Is there ethics yet? Unclear. Next stage, you've got now consciousness, emotion, empathy, the ability to discover emotions in other beings, to plan on whether to use your agency to create happiness or sadness in other beings. You've got stories, you've got feeling, you've got art, you've got the ability for self-sacrifice. Now, emerging out of that picture, it feels like we have ethics. This is an idea that you find in a number of Indian texts. There's an ancient text that uses the image of spices. If you take spices by themselves, there's nothing that exciting there, but mix them the right way and you get flavor, which is an emergent thing that happens in minds, and it's a real thing. And I want to argue that ethics is a certain way of looking at it that sees ethics and goodness as real. It's something that emerges, and every being that is able to help generate it as an experience in some creature is part of that ethical realm. 3 things I'll end on. 1, it's a context ethics. That means there isn't one thing. It's going to rise differently in different situations. And so if you're a moral agent, you have to be able to be aware and skillful about how you manipulate your environment. 2, it means ethics is real. It's not a reductionist picture. It's a real ethical realm that is generated out of us partly, just as numbers, as stories are. So it's something we have to take very seriously. And 3, it puts you in the driver's seat. Right? If you don't have a god or a good or a sign or a commandment, you have to be aware of how you're making good or bad every minute. And it's that sense of being part of the emergent arising of the good, that is really where ethics and ethical subjects lie.
Richard, what do you make of this? Is ethics something there at the beginning of time, or does it emerge out of nature?
Let's consider the individual person. We learn, each of us, ethical views from our parents who tell us that this is wrong and that's right, and they tell us that with regard to our own behaviour and with regard to the behaviour of others. And so we start with certain particular judgments, and then we come to notice that these particular judgments exemplify general principles, such as that one shouldn't unnecessarily hurt people, and so on. And I don't think those principles are solely concerned with benefiting the experiences of others. One of the deepest moral principles is an obligation to fulfill your promises, whether or not it does anybody any good. If I am making a promise to a dying man that I will do so-and-so, and he dies, and he will never know whether I do so-and-so or not, and I think so-and-so is a bad thing to do, I would fail in my obligations if I didn't carry out his wishes. So it extends a lot further than human experiences. And what we learn is we come to see, to recognize as a result of the particular examples we've been given, general principles which cover a lot of examples. Showing that some actions are obligatory and others are just good but not obligatory, and so on. And then we come into contact with other people who have different views. How are we to resolve them? Well, there's a couple of methods at least. One is by experience. If someone says no government ought to admit illegal migrants, and we're originally taught that, and then we go and learn on the telly what horrible things happen to illegal migrants that made them illegally migrate, and we change our mind. But there is also a principle which is known as reflective equilibrium. That is to say, we find ourselves formulating general principles on the basis of what we've learned, and someone points out to us that one of these judgments really doesn't fit with the other ones, and so we must know whether we want to stand by the odd judgment or whether we wish to rule it out on the basis of what we have heard others say. And that way we can make progress. Of course, there will be some people one meets who have totally different moral views, and I don't see any reason for calling those moral views. It has to have some connection with the sort of thing that most of us recognize as moral.
Just to push you on the second part of the question briefly, is the who counts as who counts morally there with non-human animals?
My point was that not all moral obligations are obligations to benefit somebody's experiences. Many of them are,
right?
Not all of them. It's integral. We recognize it's integral to humans that we must fulfill our promises and not lie, whether or not it's to the benefit of the human race that we keep that. And just one further general point I would like to make. One principle which we come to recognize is if we have received a very great benefit from someone and we've agreed to receive it on condition that we fulfill certain obligations we wouldn't have otherwise, then of course we have a duty to fulfill those obligations. But our two greatest benefactors are benefactors who have given us life itself. They are our parents who brought us into being, and the state who has kept us in being by security. And if we are appreciate what they have done, otherwise we should be committing suicide. If we appreciate what they have done, it's reasonable to suppose that we have great obligations to them to do what they say. And of course that is recognized. Our children have to obey their parents in various ways, even if there's no other reason for doing it. And likewise, of course, with the state. And of course, I would generalize that because the benefit provided by God is far greater than the benefit provided by parents or the state. God gives the state and our parents the power to do things, and everything we do is due to God who has brought us into being. And it's reasonable to suppose, for that reason, that if we knew all the good things that had come to us in life, we would have accepted the obligation to follow him and do what he wants. So I think, unless it's wrong, of course, but a good God wouldn't command us to do wrong. But what a good God would command us to do is to do actions which are not obligatory, but are just fairly good.
Okay.
And therefore, some of our obligations are obligations to do what God tells us.
Okay, good. I've got to keep my promise at holding to 5 minutes, and I wouldn't want to do something immoral. So I'll come back to you on a couple of these, Richard. As Richard was speaking there, I picked on a bunch of things that I can imagine you disagree with, Alex. Moral facts, and then we started talking about God as well. So where do you want to start?
I think there's a lot to agree with, of course, in what everybody said, as there always is. I really like this idea of starting with sort of nothing and beginning to build things into our universe and see when intuitively we think this thing called ethics might evolve. Because it's quite a difficult thing to define, right? Famously, terms like good and bad are extremely difficult to put into precise or imprecise definitions. So, okay, let's try to analyze what it is that we think makes something moral, and a universe in which that wouldn't exist. One way of doing that might be to start with, the atoms and the planets and then the people, and we might say that it's somewhere around where consciousness evolves. I agree with that. But think about everyday actions as well, right? Like if I'm walking down the street and you see me kick a homeless person,
Anyone out there?
for fun. There are two things.
Unless it's wrong, of course, but a good God wouldn't command us to do wrong. But what a good God would command us to do is to do actions which are not obligatory, but are just fairly good.
Okay.
And therefore, some of our obligations are obligations to do what God tells us.
Okay, good. I've got to keep my promise at holding to 5 minutes, and I wouldn't want to do something immoral. So I'll come back to you on a couple of these, Richard. As Richard was speaking there, I picked on a bunch of things that I can imagine you disagree with, Alex. Moral facts, and then we started talking about God as well. So where do you want to start?
I think there's a lot to agree with, of course, in what everybody said, as there always is. I really like this idea of starting with sort of nothing and beginning to build things into our universe and see when intuitively we think this thing called ethics might evolve. Because it's quite a difficult thing to define, right? Famously, terms like good and bad are extremely difficult to put into precise or imprecise definitions. So, okay, let's try to analyze what it is that we think makes something moral, and a universe in which that wouldn't exist. One way of doing that might be to start with, the atoms and the planets and then the people, and we might say that it's somewhere around where consciousness evolves. I agree with that. But think about everyday actions as well, right? Like if I'm walking down the street and you see me kick a homeless person for fun, there are two things, that's important. There are two things that you could say, right? One is you could sort of think to yourself a descriptive fact. Alex just kicked a homeless person. That's a fact. That's in your mind. It's a proposition that you're thinking about. Another is like, I think it's wrong that he did that, right? Propositions like that, though, like they don't sort of appear in your consciousness in that way. Some people think in sentences, but for me, that proposition, Alex just kicked a homeless person, would kind of exist in my mind before the words that I formulated them in did. Okay, so then I'm just going to ask, like, what's the difference between those kinds of, like, propositions or statements? A descriptive statement, like the sky is blue, could be true or false. The sky is blue, the chairs are green. Descriptive statements like that. And moral statements. That was wrong. You shouldn't have done that. For me, to cut it quite short, because we only have 5 minutes, I am an ethical emotivist. I think the answer to this question is feeling. And that's why I think that there is quite a lot to agree with in what Richard Swinburne said, although perhaps for different reasons. Ethical emotivists think that ethical statements are expressions of emotion. So when you say that murder is wrong, crudely, as A.J. Ayer had it, you're saying something a bit like boo murder, right? It's not the same thing as reporting on your feelings. It's not the same thing as saying, I don't like murder. That's the kind of thing that could be true or false. That's a statement. It could be true that I don't like murder. I could be lying about that. But the expression of the emotion itself, that's what murder is wrong means. And there are a few famous problems for this. One of the most simple is the problem of moral disagreement. Now, how do we account then for the fact that you've got people who disagree ethically with each other, and yet they seem to be talking meaningfully? Well, I agree with Professor Swinburne that you might see such a debate. I can't remember the exact example that you gave. Oh, about immigration or something, right? Yeah. And you might sort of think that something's right or wrong, and then you look on the TV and you see something and it changes your mind. But as Ayer also pointed out, so much of what we call moral disagreement is actually just factual disagreement. It exists on that descriptive plane. Because if the thing that changed your mind was a factual statement that you saw on the news, a number of people who'd been stopped at a border, or an amount of suffering that had been caused, you haven't changed your mind on anything ethical. You've just changed your mind about a descriptive fact. And that descriptive fact has informed your ethical judgment on that particular instance. So another example might be like gun laws in the United States. You could have an ethical debate with somebody. You know that if you criminalize guns, then more people die of guns? That's just like a fact that can be tested as true or false. That's not a moral claim. You know that swimming pools kill more children than guns do. Maybe that's true, maybe that's false, but that's not a moral claim, that's a factual claim. And if those are the kinds of discussions you're having, which are making you change your mind, you're not debating ethics at all. So I would start by answering that objection by saying that a lot of what we call moral disagreement isn't moral disagreement at all. There's more to say about where there might be fundamental moral disagreement, of course, but I should be careful here. I don't even know what time we started. But the other thing to say is that there was another response to this, which is like, well, how else do we deal with moral disagreement? Apart from looking at things on the TV and stuff, there's also this wonderful concept of reflective equilibrium. You might be familiar with it from the work of John Rawls, when talking about how we should organized society. And you kind of have this idea where you've got your moral principles that you feed into this big ethics machine, and then you've got the consequences they cause. So Peter Singer has a wonderful idea that suffering matters no matter who's suffering. And you plug that into the machine, and what consequence does it give you? Well, we catch around 440 billion shrimp every single year, and for $1 donated to the Shrimp Welfare Project, you can save 1,500 of them from being tortured, essentially, before their death, right? Is that the best use of your money? Maybe. But the reflexive equilibrium says, like, well, if you think that's a bit of an unintuitive use of your money, but you've also got this principle, this reflective equilibrium is sort of a tug and tussle between the two. What is governing how much stock you place in whether that conclusion is true, and I just have to accept it because of my premises, or even though I've got those premises, I don't like the conclusion, so I'm not so sure about that. I think it's feeling, in other words.
Jessica, I want to bring you in here. Alex's position, I looked up before the show. I was thinking how many professional philosophers more generally, they subscribe to something like emotivism or some non-realism, non-cognitivism. And I saw on the Phil Papers survey, this big survey of philosophers, I think it was like 5 years ago, 20% have a view similar to Alex's, and 70% have a view which say there are like moral facts that are out there. And famously, this is a problem that there'd be very weird things, right? But you seem to be saying they're not actually that weird. They're sort of just like things we...
Moral facts.
Moral facts, yeah. So what do you think of emotivism? And what would you say to Alex to bring him over to the 70%?
I think that what would I say to Alex? I think that's an interesting question here about the status of emotion. Right? Clearly emotion is part of this. And clearly it's a good analysis of language that I'm not going, let me consider at length my objective view on the kicking of that poor homeless man. I'm feeling it directly. And I think the way that I'm thinking of it, that's arising from my whole being. Yep. From circumstance, from feeling, from all my instincts, from many things. I'm not sure I think it's not rational with that. And in a way, I think it's precisely, there is a rational element there, right? It does matter to me whether you are kicking him because he asked you to, or you're kicking him because you were a mean old sod.
I told you it mattered.
Yeah, see, it doesn't matter. Or whether he killed your sister. There's that wonderful story about a guy who ate some other guy, and he went to the police afterwards, and he said, no, but the guy told me to. And he'd written down, it's okay, you can do it, mate, right? So this moral kind of confusion about what are the motives, what are the experiences being had, what are the various circumstantial factors generating the status of that act. And I think all of that together with reason and emotion generates our sense of what it is that's right and good. It's hard. I find it hard to see how you separate them out. One real quick example, there's a famous argument in Buddhism, Shantarakshita talks about it, I can't remember the text, in where he says, people don't exist, actions don't exist, things don't exist, nothing exists. It's all a kind of virtual magical matrix and nothing is really there. But you know what matters, even if nothing exists, that we do the right thing and are compassionate to other people. So you get a strange status where actually maybe moral...
Who gets to say what's the right thing?
Relations and facts are the realist things that we generate, no matter what the status of anything else.
I just want to drive a wedge very quickly between Alex and Richard, because Alex made it seem like you're agreeing with Richard on a few points. But I wonder, Richard, if you've got any thoughts as well before Alex gives a response on emotivism, whether it's just
I've got plenty to say. First, I think it's a basic epistemic requirement that you should believe that things are as they seem to be in the absence of counter-evidence. If it seems to you that you're hearing me talk to you, you should believe that rather than that you are dreaming. And that applies to absolutely everything. Unless you've got positive evidence that your belief is mistaken, you should go along with it. It's no good saying you should only believe this if people agree with you. maybe, but you only believe, but that would only be the case that you were then in the position as to whether they really did believe in you and whether they had said that they agreed with you. But then it would only be your belief that they had said to you that they agreed with you about the other belief. And that is the basic principle on everything, and it applies to morals too. And if you start with the view that what I believe about morality is correct, unless, and correct, I mean, it's a true proposition, then you've got to produce evidence against it, and the reflective equilibrium principle is designed to do that. It's not a principle that will solve everything, I quite agree. It won't solve how many shrimps have to suffer in order to benefit something else. But it will settle quite a number of things. A simple example, suppose someone has been brought up to say, it's wrong to kill, except if you've been authorized by the state to kill a criminal who has broken the law in some way, or unless you have, unless you're fighting in a just war for your country, or unless in a Wild West state someone has killed your relative, then you're entitled to kill them. And also, they may have been taught it's okay to kill somebody in a duel, a fight. And then somebody points out to you, well, all your other principles, apart from the last principle, say that life should never be taken away except to save life or in compensation for life. And then that rules out the principle of killing in a duel being justified, because it doesn't fit into this general pattern of why it's legitimate to kill. And of course, you, by reflection on that principle in general about the sacredness of life, you might come to the conclusion that it's only justified to kill in order to save life, either in a just war or in some other way, but never in retribution.
Okay, let's bring Peter back in here. Peter, thoughts on these opening remarks and perhaps on emotivism as well. Did you used to hold a view similar to emotivism back in the day?
I did hold a view that there were no objective truths in ethics for some time, yes. And I eventually came to the view that that doesn't give enough place for reasoning, as Alex said. We do disagree on ethical matters, and we don't just say, as you know, we disagree on matters of taste. I like strawberries better than raspberries, you like raspberries better than strawberries. It's not worth arguing about that. But we do want to argue about including matters where we are agreed on the facts, right? We might know all the facts about abortion, and some people will think that abortion is right, some people will think it's wrong. Admittedly, some of those facts, or supposed facts, might be about the existence of God, and God has said one shouldn't kill or should never kill a human being, and the fetus is a human being. So there can be perhaps some factual differences, but I think there are also moral differences that are not reducible to facts, and they're still worth discussing and arguing. One other comment, I was a little bit surprised that Richard Swinburne supported reflective equilibrium. Alex did too, but I think it's more incompatible with your view, Richard, because reflective equilibrium really leads to a kind of relativism, and Rawls himself admitted this, that his reflective equilibrium that he worked out in Theory of Justice was one for basically Western liberal societies. And if you had grown up in a different society, you would have a very different set of intuitions, and the reflective equilibrium that you came to would be different. So it doesn't lead to an objective morality, and that's one problem with it. The other problem with it, I think, is that even when we do have similar intuitions, as I said in my opening remarks, they may be just intuitions that we had because we all evolved in these small-scale, face-to-face societies. And so we have the intuition that it would be terribly wrong not to save somebody in need face-to-face, but it's quite okay to continue to live our affluent lifestyle and buy the luxury goods that are on sale just a few blocks away, and not donate anything to organisations that are effectively acting to save the lives of children who are dying in other countries in the world. And as I say, I think the fact that we have this intuition does not at all count towards saying, well, then that's right. We don't have an obligation to people who are far away just because we don't perhaps grow up with that intuition that we ought to do something for them. And the same may be true about our intuitions about race. Certainly people in earlier centuries did not have intuitions that we had obligations to grant Africans, say, the same kinds of rights that we grant Europeans. And we today, I think, still are lacking in our intuitions about non-human animals.
Okay, let's bring Richard in for a response.
I think you misunderstand the principle of reflective equilibrium. I wasn't saying it will always give true answers. I was saying that we are more, that the answer given by it is more probable than not. And on the evidence available to us. And the evidence available to us is how strongly we feel about different things and whether they fit together. It's not guaranteed to get the answer. It may lead you astray, but it probably won't. And
I think it quite likely will, because those intuitions may be quite...
Yeah, but I mean, that's... I don't accept that, but that's the way progress has been made often. I took, as it were, a rather artificial example, but let's take another example of use, the parable of the Good Samaritan, which Jesus told. The lawyer who asked, the Jewish lawyer who asked Jesus, he believed that one should love one's neighbour. That's what the law said. And he said, well, who is my neighbour? And Jesus told the story of the Good Samaritan to illustrate that surely, putting in modern terminology, what he was saying is that if you come across someone who behaves like that to you, surely there's no difference between him and the people who keep the Old Testament law. And what he's inviting you, Jesus is inviting his hearers to take account of, is their conflicting views about who is the neighbour, plus their now strong conviction that he has urged them that there's really no difference between the two. And once they've seen that, then they've moved to the more general hypothesis.
Do you want to come back briefly, and then I want to bring Alex and Jeff?
Well, I mean, I totally agree that, if you like, I credit Jesus with extending the scope of morality for the people of his time beyond their own group, beyond the Jewish people. And that's a good thing, and there are many moral reformers who have done that. But quite often they have to go against very deep intuitions. For example, reforming our ideas about same-sex relationships. Many people had very strong intuitions that there was something wrong about same-sex relationships, and possibly they had an evolutionary explanation because they don't result in reproduction, and societies that discourage them might therefore have grown more. But, we don't see that as justified, and I think it's important that we rejected that. And incidentally, that was rejected a long time ago by utilitarian thinkers. Although Jeremy Bentham wrote essays saying that there is, why do we make it a crime that people have particular sexual orientations? It was so much against the intuitions of his day in the early 1800s that he didn't even dare publish that, and it was only published relatively recently. But I think we really need to not take those intuitions. We need to think more critically, and on the basis, I would say, of principles, as Bentham did, about not harming people, not interfering with their behaviour where it doesn't harm anyone else, and trying to have reforms that improve the quality of life of people in the community.
Jessica?
Just a small thing on that. I think it's really an interesting issue that's raised, right? Obviously, intuitions, emotional, motivational intuitions are very, very powerful. At the same time, they're very different culture by culture and era by era. And what do we do with that if we want to build something based on those intuitions? Can we ever raise platonically up through the symposium to the good or not? It's interesting just historically, you could make an argument that people start to do ethics when cultures meet each other. When people start to go, oh my God, these guys have totally different intuitions than me, and they have to start somehow generating that works for people who don't have the same feelings. So you can kind of think about where people are starting to even do that work, maybe away from mere motive and towards something a bit more general in there.
I saw a reason, not to make you blush, Alex, but I saw recently you rank Peter Singer as the second greatest philosopher of all time. You lost out to Aristotle. I did. I would have put you first.
Anyway, even that's a bit excessive.
It was tournament style, so ladies and gentlemen, you will have to just apply a reflective equilibrium here to the value of tournaments on one side and their conclusion that Peter Singer is the second greatest philosopher of all time, living or dead, and figure out what you think somewhere in the middle.
Why does it serve? Why second place? So what is it about his? Because you're known for utilitarianism.
For clarity's sake, we sort of have in tournaments you have to sort of have twos, and then the winners and the winners.
So I got to the final.
So you got to the final. So you were the best of the group that we placed on the left side, which did also.
It's such a backhand.
It also includes Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins and the like. So. Make that work. You will.
And who did I lose to in the final?
Do you know, I can't remember.
Aristotle,
No, I think it might have been Judith Jarvis Thompson.
Really?
I think might be who you lost to in the end, which was a tricky one because I think both of you are quite iconic in various ways. She, of course, for partly, it's a bit unclear who exactly came up with the idea, I think, popularising. Has anyone heard of the trolley problem? What a great little thought experiment, which can tell us quite a lot, actually. Some interesting things in what Professor Swinburne said. One thing, I don't know if anybody noticed the use of the word feel that jumped out. I tried to sort of raise my eyebrows. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but reel back the video and look for the use of the word feel and see contextually why I think that might work for ethical emotivism. But the evidence was what's important. You should believe things unless you have good counter-evidence. The principle of incredulity, I think they call it, right? Now, I'm happy to grant that at face value. There are a few things to say. The first is, if we start with this thing that we believe, in the absence of counter-evidence, that murder is wrong, I would first ask, what do you mean? Like, what literally, like naively, if I'm like some alien with no moral sense, like, what do you mean? Can you describe what that is to me? And if you can't, and if it's something that kind of needs to be felt in the first place, then I'm not exactly sure what it is that's the obvious fact that I would need counter-evidence to deny. If it is about feeling, there might be some interesting evidence here. People were asked about the trolley problem. Most people know it's one person on one track and 5 on the other. And you're asked if you would pull the lever to save 5 people and kill one innocent person. Most people say they pulled the lever. The situation has then changed such that you're now on a bridge and there's a same trolley going under that bridge and it's about to run over 5 people. This time you can save those people by pushing a rotund man off the bridge. You'll collide with the train, killing that man and saving the 5. Killing 1 to save 5. Most people say that they would not do that. But what's the difference? Well, maybe it's got something to do with a sort of hands-on approach, right? That seems intimately related to how we feel about the situation versus our rationality. So, as scientists often do, they put some people in MRI scanners and they asked them about the trolley problem. And as it turns out, the people who said that they would both pull the lever and push the fat man, when they were doing this under the MRI scanner, it was part of the brain associated with rationality that was mostly lighting up. Whereas people who said that they would not push the man, but they would pull the lever, it's part of their brain that was dealing with emotions that was mostly lighting up. That might tell us something, especially considering that most people would do the one, but not the other. One important thing I really want to say about what Peter here said is that is in regards to moral disagreement, right? And I think it's really useful to compare ethics to aesthetics. Because, like, aesthetics, like, do you prefer vanilla or chocolate ice cream? Do you prefer this painting or that painting? Are a prime example of something most people think is subjective. But some people don't. There are a lot of ethicists who consider aesthetics to be a branch of ethics. They say there is a correct answer to whether you prefer I don't know, Shakespeare or insert some bad author who you don't like, Peter Hitchens' Mail on Sunday column, whatever. That there is an objective answer to which of these you should prefer. And I think there's a lot to be learned here, because, for example, one thing you said is that when somebody says, I like vanilla, I like ice cream, we don't really tend to even want to convince them. We don't really care. But if somebody says murder is wrong, we might sort of say, well, that feels like it could be a preference, but I want to change their mind. But that's because you picked an important ethical claim and a trivial aesthetic claim. If it were a more important aesthetic claim, or a more important, like if somebody said that they think that Shakespeare is a better writer than Peter Hitchens, you might be more affronted by that. You might sort of go, well, actually, I kind of think that you're just wrong about that in some way. It's a harder pill to swallow, but some still just do. They say, okay, gosh, that's harder to accept. But you know what? I guess it is all about preference, isn't it? And I think that's what the ethicist does. Because in the same way, if you have a trivial ethical dilemma or debate, you also don't feel that it's worth discussing. Like if I said to you, you know, gosh, I was 5 minutes late today because I overslept or something, which is not, I know it's like 7 p.m, but that's not out of the question for someone with my temperature. And I said, I think that was really bad. And you said, you know, I think it's fine. And somebody else said, no, I think that's really bad. You should. Like, that's not the kind of debate that I would like care about. Not because there's no correct answer, but because in that particular instance, it's kind of just not worth it. I think that's the same with vanilla ice cream and chocolate ice cream, but it's definitely not the same in aesthetic preferences of higher importance, like the bloody BT tower that I have to stare at every day, for example, which is, if there is such thing as objective morality, if you want to plug something into the reflective equilibrium and make me think that there might be objectivity in ethics, it's the building of that thing.
To get rid of the BT tower?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you don't like it?
Yeah, no, gone.
I quite like it, you know, and that's maybe...
Well, you're wrong. Sorry to say.
The brutalism of it. Peter, do you want to come back from Alex's argument here before we bring Jessica and Richard back in?
Well, I just point out in a way it supplements Alex's argument rather than contradicts it, that why do we have these emotional reactions to pushing a heavy person off a bridge to save, killing one to save five, whereas we don't have the emotional reaction to pulling a switch? Does it perhaps have something to do that for all of our evolutionary history, we've been able to harm people by pushing them with their hands, maybe off a high place, whereas switches are relatively recent and we haven't evolved any responses to switches? That seems to me a plausible explanation. And again, I think it shows the unreliability of the intuitive responses.
Yes.
Richard, do you want to come in?
Yes, a lot of objections here. It seems very, as it were, simple to say that same-sex, if someone is homosexual and wants sexual relations with another homosexual, society ought to allow that, simply because you're just taking these two people into account. But the consequence of making this general might be rather disastrous, and I think in some respects it would be, because it would denigrate marriage, and and marriage is very important because it is through marriage that we have stable families in which to build up children. Now, two homosexuals can't have that sort of relation to their children. They can't have children in that way. So, if one encourages homosexuality instead of, as it were, discouraging that practice, that will be to the benefit of society as a whole. And it's no good saying, well, people are born one or the other. They don't think they are born one or the other. Some people are born one or the other, but the statistics show that some people are born binary and can go one way or the other. And therefore, we ought not to encourage this homosexuality.
I'm going to bring Peter for a response. You opened this can of worms, Peter, so you best break your veganism and eat them with a response.
I just want to say that I do strongly disagree with the claim that this is going to weaken relationships, because, of course, people of the same sex are going to have sex. Sex is a very powerful desire. And in fact, allowing them to marry may make more stable relationships with them, as it may make with heterosexual people. So I think to prevent people fulfilling their desires when, as you say, at least looking at the two of them, they're not harming anyone else, on the basis of a speculation that this is somehow going to weaken the marriage bond between heterosexuals who do have children, and incidentally, of course, we do now allow same-sex couples to adopt children, so they may have children too. I think that that's quite wrong. I think that we would need much firmer grounds for saying that this is in some way going to be truly damaging to society as a whole or truly damaging to children if we allow that. And I think, in fact, the experience that we've had now, and we have some years of experience with same-sex marriages, doesn't go to confirm the idea that it's harmful.
But it's no good saying they will anyway do it. But it's no good saying they will anyway do it. They may consider that it would be wrong to do it. And many people in certain religious communities, and I include my own, would think it wrong to do it. And although they were homosexually inclined, they would not do it. And they would not do it, firstly, because they believed God had forbidden it, and secondly, they would see he had a reason for making it, for forbidding it, in order to give us the opportunity to build up a society in which people aren't encouraged to be homosexual. I'm not saying it should be forbidden or anything like that. And thirdly, I do think that it's a matter of fact whether God has or has not approved of certain practices, and I will, if you like, talk about that for some time. But,
I'm going to bring Jessica in first of all before we go to Alex. Jessica, on the same topic.
Kind of on the same topic. I mean, just on that issue, I'm not going to wade in big time on that. Everyone has their own views. It's interesting to know that there are cultures. So my favorite culture in the whole wide world, best place, beautiful society, is, in my own personal feeling, Thailand. England comes in second. I love the Thais as a culture. They're really they're really intriguing. It's a culture that has never had a problem, as far as we can tell historically, at any point with homosexuality. They've never found it odd or problematic in any way, and they've been perfectly happy to have couples. In fact, my experience when living there is they really like gay couples because they actually are this lovely, stable, pleasant sort of group of people, and female couples are seen as great in business. So I think these ideas about what it is even that makes society work, a practical point, a rational, not an ethical one, and what is actually good and natural, and indeed what is emotionally triggering, are extremely culturally diverse and relative. And then in a way that makes me want to ask, Alex, what happens when, so emotivism, of course, in some ways is very powerful, but is that the same thing as ethics? We've had whole societies who thought that slavery was very normal and natural, extremely instinctively normal and natural for centuries.
Yes.
And at some point, people said, I'm not sure I think it is. I think maybe even though it's beneficial, maybe even though for some large groups of people it's very, very innately intuitive, I think it might still be wrong. But this is kind of it came orthogonal to people's feelings in the culture. It came out of the blue. What happens when you've got feelings and a feeling about, and a sense of what is ethically right, maybe in the same person, at loggerheads?
One of the great problems with any kind of non-realist ethical system, and that includes subjective systems, but also non-cognitive systems like emotivism, is that it doesn't seem to account for hypothetical or real historical situations in which people just have the wrong feeling or the wrong emotions. I accept that as an objection in the sense that it's uncomfortable, but that may just be the nature of what people are in fact doing when they have ethical conversations with each other.
I don't mean it was the wrong feeling when they liked slavery. I mean that there was a strange thing that happened at some point where there seemed to be two feelings. I mean, I'm not sure that there are people who said, it felt really natural to me to have slaves around. And then who said at some point, though, I had this other thing going on in my mind that it felt in some way, after I thought about the nature of the human mind, wrong. And now whether that was a feeling in the same way as the other feeling, I'm not clear that that's the case, because I'm not sure they always felt it as being the same intuition versus reason.
Oh yeah, neither am I. And I also think that people can have conflicting emotions about things. Maybe if you were being technical, ultimately they wouldn't have conflicting emotions, in that, like, if they really managed to isolate what they were thinking, emotions pointing one way were locked on something else, and it was all sort of getting a bit confused. But intuitively, it does feel like we can feel emotively different about ethical scenarios. But the same is true of aesthetics and art, again. Like, you know, like painting's kind of weird and ugly, but I kind of like it in a way. Emotions can do that sometimes. I think also you can have higher order emotions, and this is Simon Blackburn's crucial contribution to solving the so-called Frege Geek problem to emotivist ethics, which is the idea that you don't just have attitudes towards things, you have attitudes towards those attitudes as well. I think I am going to wade in for a moment, because a moment ago we witnessed a debate. Now, first I want people to notice that it was a factual debate, it wasn't an ethical debate. There was discussion about the effect on society, the upbringing of children, the stability of marriage. These, although they have moral undertones, are not moral statements. These are factual ideas.
Well, I made a moral statement that it was wrong to rely on speculation.
It wasn't.
Yes. Now, what I mean to say is that specific thing.
The statistics, and people have gone into this, say that the happiest and most flourishing children are those which are children of a happy marriage, and they are biological children of that.
Well, I would say two things.
Bring Alex on this point, and maybe on this.
Two important things to that. Firstly, that is a descriptive statement. It's a statistical statement.
Yes, but he was accusing me of unjustified.
That's what he was doing. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is pointing out that people are often making factual statements in so-called moral debates. I would also repeat your words from earlier that sometimes mere adherence to preference or something like that might not be the sole foundation of our ethics. I think it's important to note that was a mostly factual debate rather than, strictly speaking, a moral one, and that it has a lot to do with feeling. I also wanted to point out that there is this important undertone of theism and atheism that makes a huge difference.
Do you think that's a factual difference that Richard and I are having?
The moral question is more general. The moral question is whether the sort of behaviour, homosexual relations, has a damaging effect, whether the only thing to take into account is whether the two people involved like it. The question is whether it has any certain effect on the wider people, society, and I think it does. But if it was shown that it doesn't make any difference, and everybody was firm in their sexual orientations, then I would change my view.
So that factual distinction would change your view on this issue, which means that so much of what people might think is an ethical statement is a descriptive one. You have an ethical assumption, and it's being informed by descriptive statements. So I would say that whether or not there is enough evidence is a descriptive statement, but whether we should not rely on something without enough evidence is probably a moral statement. But crucially, I also wanted to point out that it is true that the Bible does mention homosexuality a few times. It mentions it a bit in the Old Testament, quite explicitly condemning it as at least a sexual practice, if not an orientation. The New Testament, Paul mentions it probably a few times, but it's always difficult to translate because Jesus didn't mention it.
It's not a matter of what necessarily Scripture said, it's a matter of what the Church has pretty unanimously taught for the 20th century as the teaching of God.
What I would invite people to do if they wish to see evidence of moral relativism, the kind of moral relativism that is often abhorred by religious communities as dangerous, as flippant, as the idea that you could change your moral opinions yesterday to today, and that would show that there's no objective threat, or at least that we can't trust the source from which it comes. I would invite people to investigate the history of the Church's relationship to slavery, and particularly the scriptural injunctions towards the ownership of other human beings as private property, the bequeathing of them to your children as inheritable property, and the differential treatment of slaves who are Israelites and slaves who are not. That is mentioned a lot more than homosexuality, and it's much more, in much more detail, and with much more moral force, I think. And so, what I wanted to point out is that it's easy to say, well, it's just a fact. If God says this is wrong, then this is wrong. God said a similar thing of slavery, but I hope and trust that most people in this room would disagree with it.
Yes, but when the Christian Church started, what it says is the Old Testament must be interpreted in the light of the teaching of Jesus. And the Church itself was inspired by God to work out the consequences of this teaching. So, the Church very beginning, have ruled out all sorts of things that the Old Testament said are not binding.
But of course, also in 1 Peter, we read, slaves, be obedient to your masters, not just the ones who are good, but
I
also
think
the ones who are cruel.
There's enough time of scripture.
We find, I'm not sure that it is. We of course also find Jesus telling an analogy and quite casually including the status of a slave within an analogy or within a metaphor that he was giving to his disciples when he says to them, well, which one of you would, when a slave comes to you, say, come and eat at our table, and wouldn't first say, go and do your duty, then come to me? Now, that's not necessarily an explicit commandment to own slaves or anything like that, but you would think that if it was known to be wrong, or thought to be wrong by Jesus, he would have at least chosen a different example. In other words, it's certainly normal, still in the New Testament I'm talking about, and in at least one case in 1 Peter also commanded, and possibly reaffirmed in Galatians 2, where Paul says, there is neither slave nor free. This might be a reaffirmation of slavery. He says, there's neither slave nor free, for we're all one in Christ. But he then says, there's neither slave nor free, male nor female. I don't think that Paul was a radical gender abolitionist, ladies and gentlemen. I think that Paul was saying that although these statuses obviously exist on earth quite clearly, they're irrelevant to your salvation in Christ. If that's the case, unless we want to accept that the New Testament is also, as I say, radically gender non-conformist, then I think we have to accept that it is a matter of
I'm going to move us away from the debate around Scripture and Christianity, and as promised on the bill, bring a couple of these applied ethics issues here. One of which was non-human animal rights, which Jessica mentioned at the start. The principle of ahimsa, of non-suffering, practiced within the Hindu tradition. I suppose, Is this you agreeing with Peter from different continents here? You know, his principle of reduce suffering as much as possible, the Hindu principle of try and eliminate it.
Yeah, good. This is a mean trick. I was about to bring in Ivan Karamazov and Dostoevsky and get into the and what's the essence, but we won't go into what's the essence of whether or not you think of God as the ultimate arbiter of good when your intuitions go against it. We'll put that over here. Read the chapter Rebellion from Brothers Karamazov. I'm sure you know it.
I think in front of Rich Swinburne then you did just put God in the corner.
Put God in the corner. God in the corner.
You
Russian
did just do that.
existentialists are on the top. But on the non-human animals thing, I mean, Peter, I think, has important feelings on this that probably align with intuitions. It's interesting that in some cultures people thought of animals as kind of like almost vegetable machines, and in some cultures they thought of animals as clearly sentient beings with exactly the same sorts of rights as humans. I mean, you then have to negotiate how you're going to deal with that in cases where, for one reason or another, people ended up killing animals, sometimes for their own survival. But essentially, both Hindu and most South Asian continent Buddhists thought that, animals are absolutely, if you're sentient, you are a being that can suffer, you are a being that can feel good, and therefore you are part of that moral sphere, and we have an absolute responsibility to try and take care of them, subject to all the other complications of life. If anyone's ever read the Bhagavad Gita, it centers around this question. A man says he's a general on a battlefield against a bad regime who's not going to be good for anybody. They're rapacious, they're dishonest, they're corrupt, they're violent. And he's on the battlefield, he's about to fight, and then he says, you know what? I want to not harm anyone. I want to live to a higher ideal right now, this second, and not kill anyone. And the others are like, we're on the battlefield, and they're going to win if you do this. And he's like, no, I gotta go find myself. And in this case, it's a religious text, but in an unusual way. God comes along, in this case it's Krishna, and says, okay, look mate, here's the deal. 1, if you don't fight, we're going to lose. Right? 2, you're also going to look bad. But anyway, back to the first one. We're going to lose, and this shows that you have a responsibility. It develops a concept called Loka Samgraha. Loka is the world. Samgraha is to hold the world together. And it says no matter what you do, no matter what you are, don't think about just your feeling. Don't think about just the immediate situation. Look at the systems of the world that keep everybody going. And that means in that moment, the system that he was involved in was the system of keeping peace. in situations of danger and war. And so his duty was, in fact, to fight in that case. So in that case, there are contexts where you have to be there. That's that emphasis on skillfulness and awareness. That's why humans have a slightly different moral status from animals.
Yeah.
We have the ability to look at the situation, calculate the larger picture, decide what to do, build a car, drive around, etc. Animals may not be able to do that, but their right as experiencers to be considered is equal.
You're going to hate me using, like, the Hindu worldview as one big idea, but excuse me as I do it just this once. Peter, what are your thoughts on this Hindu worldview of where you've got the cycle of samsara, of reincarnation, and you might be reincarnated as a lesser being, a being which isn't as great as being a human being? Is speciesism baked into the fabric of Hindu thought as well?
Could be Judith Jarvis Thompson, the person who came third.
So, look, I mean, yes, I think, but it depends on the lives that these beings have, right? Because if they have bad lives, and maybe they have bad lives because society treats them badly, then if you believe in reincarnation, it's reasonable to say, I wouldn't want to be reincarnated as one of them. I mean, be reincarnated as a factory farm pig or a factory farm chicken. Nothing could be worse. So, if you believe in this whole stuff about reincarnation, I think it makes sense to think you don't want to be reincarnated as an animal, or at least certainly not as most animals. But, to me that just seems a weird superstition. I have to say I think that Richard's belief in God is an equally weird superstition given the nature of the world and the amount of suffering we have in it. But I think that... I think I've lost the thread of what I wanted to say now, sorry.
You're just giving God a drive-by very quickly.
Yes, right, yeah. So, what I wanted to say was, I think that some of these religions can be stripped down a bit. I had an interesting dialogue with a Taiwanese female Buddhist monastic who basically said about Buddhism, there are ethical messages about compassion for all sentient beings, on which she and I very closely agreed, and she was also a vegetarian. And then there are these things like reincarnation, which you can believe or not. We Buddhists agree that there's not compelling evidence for that, though she did think that there was some evidence. She talked about in the lamas who could pick out the object that belonged to the person they were supposed to be reincarnated from. Not something that I'm prepared to accept as scientific proof. But she said, you can simply strip all of that away and take Buddhism as a psychology of how to live well, and also some ethical requirements about how to live well with other sentient beings.
Jessica, and then we're going to bring out...
Just really briefly, just to note that the sense that animals are really important moral sufferers and people we should take into account isn't really based on the idea of reincarnation. It's not that we might be them. Mm-hmm. And people sometimes... It's interesting that Westerners often treat it that way. They want to turn it into a calculation of, oh my God, it's still ultimately an egoistic kind of morality. I might be that moth next week, so I better be, or it might be my uncle from last week, so I better be careful. But actually it is much more fundamental in the sense it's trying to say that we get this explicit argument from Shankaracharya, the Buddhist thinker. He says suffering should be ended because to know what suffering is to know that is the kind of thing that calls to be ended.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's simple as that. You don't need to know anymore. If you understand what that is, by its very nature, it's aversive to existing. It's the kind of thing that shouldn't be there. And he doesn't say this, and for me that's partly why I'm more interested in Hinduism and Buddhism, but surely that implies that to know what joy or pleasure or love or kindness is should be to know that that's the kind of thing that is good to exist.
Yeah.
Right, and then you generate it.
Alex, I've once heard you say that you promised to buy Peter Singer's Animal Liberation book to anyone who would read the first chapter.
That's right.
There's 440 people in the audience. Does the offer still stand? Have you moved away from
since
Peter's?
Since that offer became public and the YouTube channel has grown, I've done an effective altruist calculation and worked out that that's probably not the best use of my money.
There are a few copies outside people can buy that, right?
I would highly recommend people to spend their own coin, and if someone really can't afford it, then definitely send me an email and I might still be able to take you up on it, because I think it's worth reading. But you do have to promise to read it. Although Yeah, I prefer the 1975 edition. You know, I know you've just rewritten it. There were some wonderful little arguments in the beginning of the original, which I think were omitted from the second, which are really useful for thinking about these kinds of things. But that's up to you, of course.
You bought the argument there. You became a vegan,
and it was some of those particular thought experiments or ideas that were in the original, which aren't in the updated edition. I understand why they're not there anymore. That really initially got me to think about this kind of stuff. I think it is impossible to... It's certainly impossible for any kind of materialist, any kind of atheist, I think, to come up with some kind of idea about why they value humans that doesn't in some way also encompass other non-human animals. The fact of the matter is you don't even need to convince most people that far, because most people do care about at least some animals. There are protests in the street in this country sometimes about the practices of other countries and their treatment of animals which we consider to be, if you like, a bit sacred, like dogs, for example. A lot of protests against the dog trade, not just eating of dogs in other countries, but the breeding of dogs for fighting, for example, in this country, to an extent which no rational person can possibly think is utterly inconsistent with our popular intuitions about the treatment of animals who are reared for food, for example. A great example that I always like to point people to is the West Ham footballer Kurt Zuma. I don't know if any of you are familiar with him. Kurt Zuma, for some still undisclosed reason, decided to film himself kicking his pet cat across his kitchen and put it on Snapchat because he thought it was funny. Quite a disgusting thing to do. It didn't look like the cat was having a very good time. And we saw not only widespread condemnation, not only the fans in the stands of West Ham's next game saying, you know, when he got fouled by an opponent and fell over, that's how your cat feels, that's how your cat feels. We also saw the Mayor of London on Good Morning Britain saying that it was a disgrace. We saw him fined by the West Ham Football Club, like all kinds of condemnation. And we also saw an official condemnation from the RSPCA, who eventually confiscated Kurt Zuma's cat. They took the cat away. Now, in chicken farming, layer chicks, in pig farming, piglets who are too sick to be profitable are usually disposed of. And one of the ways that this is most commonly done is colloquially known as thumping, blunt force trauma. They're taken by the hind legs and they have their skulls caved in on the concrete. It's a very practical manual maneuver. This is an official method of slaughter of piglets, or at least it was at the time, by that self-same RSPCA. If your piglet is too sick to be profitable, that is one of the ways that they approve of you dispatching of that piglet. The same RSPCA who confiscated Kurt Zuma's cat because he kicked it across the kitchen. There was a high welfare farm, I think it was in Aberdeenshire, I can't remember, and I don't like to name it in case I get it wrong, but there certainly was one that was found to be dispatching with these piglets by thumping them against the bars of the cages that their own mothers were being held in. This was on a high welfare farm as well. The RSPCA, which approved this as a method of slaughter, also confiscated Kurt Zuma's cat because he kicked it across the kitchen. Why? Well, because that one's a cat. Most people don't need to be convinced that animals matter at all. They just need to be convinced that some animals that they don't think matter
Bring Richard in here, yeah.
I find, Peter, and you'll forgive me saying so, your moral system to be a very crude and low-grade moral system.
to put it politely.
You are only interested in pleasure and pain of the individuals. Now, of course, it's a good... pain is as such a bad thing, and pleasure is as such a good thing. But there are greater goods than these things.
Okay.
Well, such as forming a character, such as being honest, not telling lies, trying to encourage other people to be good, to overcome their problems. Making a rich society in which what is valued is people being moral rather one of the ways in which people are moral is, of course, promoting well-being. But it's not the only way, the only thing that's important. What's important is that people shall form a character for themselves, and suffering may be necessary for them to do that. And that people should have freedom to choose whether or not to hurt or harm people within limits. Having freedom to choose and having freedom to develop yourself in the light of what you choose, and to be honest and prepared to die for certain causes is a great thing. And your seem to be a very low-grade morality.
You see, I would put it the other way around. I would value honesty in general, and I would value developing character, and I might even value going through suffering for some good purpose. But to me, if we ask what is intrinsically good and valuable, it is states of consciousness. The states of consciousness should be not ones of pain and suffering, and should be ones of happiness.
Even Mill thought otherwise, because he thought it's not the quantity of pain or pleasure, it's the kinds of things you've got, pain or pleasure.
I don't think Mill's utilitarianism is really a very well thought out essay. It was written in a very short period for a popular magazine, and I think it has lots of mistakes. I actually, with a colleague, have written a critical edition for the Norton Library of Mill's utilitarianism, and we are quite critical of it. I think if you want a good account of utilitarianism, you should look at Henry Sidgwick's The Methods of Ethics. It's a much longer book. It's less read because Sidgwick is not as fluent a writer as Mill, but it contains a much more careful argument for utilitarianism.
I'm just going to bring Jessica in and go to Alex, because we're close to audience questions, if I don't knock Alex out with my elbow before that. Jessica, you want to come in on this point?
Just a small point. A word that Alex used. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't agree with, but I think that's an important point. That pleasure and pain, Bentham talks about pleasure and pain, everything is tied to pleasure and pain, and we know that that's not the whole story. And you use the word, they're higher order motives, but we haven't really talked about that. There's something important there about the idea that most people do not live for pleasure and pain. It's actually a fairly, it can seem trivially maybe wrong to think of it that way, but it might be profoundly wrong, because actually the things we think of as not just pleasant, but as good, are often precisely things that in some sense are going beyond that. You have an experience of seeing someone suffer for their child, and their child goes through a lot, but they help them and the child becomes strong and confident despite pain. That wasn't exactly about suffering and pleasure. Or it was about suffering perhaps, but avoiding suffering, but it was about something more than pleasure. And
Hold on. Just stay seated. Just stay seated. Just hold on. Just listen.
Yes, take a deep breath.
Both Davion and Dominic are deceased.
Oh, God! Yeah. Oh, God! Just sit down. Is there somebody else we can call for you?
Oh, my God! Police officers are trained to stay calm under pressure, but nothing prepares them for delivering news that shatters a parent's world. When a child's life is lost, someone has to knock on the door and say the unthinkable. How do officers cope with the most heartbreaking part of their job, telling parents their child is never coming home?
What's that? The little girl's gone.
Well, you guys were waking me up. She was talking.
She didn't.
Here are several instances when cops gave parents the worst news of their lives. Starting off with the case of Christine Rousseau, the mother of 20-year-old Dominic Rousseau, who was forced to hear the unthinkable from officers, that her son's girlfriend had ended his life by deliberately slamming their car into a brick wall at 100 miles per hour.
First incident. Dominic may be involved.
What?
Both Davion and Dominic are deceased. Christine.
It can't be true. It can't be true. It can't be true.
Mom, it's alright, okay?
It's not.
On July the 31st, 2022, police officers were dispatched to a quiet residential neighborhood with a task no officer ever wants: to break the devastating news to the parents of a young man who had just lost his life in a horrific car crash.
So there was an incident that you believe Dominic may be involved.
What?
When was the last time you saw him?
Last night.
Last night?
Yeah, everybody was home. Why?
Okay.
What happened?
You want to come out here?
Yeah.
Or do you want us to come inside? It's up to you.
No, but let me put out my cigarette. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, if I don't get that cat fed, he climbs up on my counter.
Yeah. So, do you know what time did you talk to him? Or did you actually see him?
Yeah, I was making buffalo chicken dip. I'd have to see. Because I made I went to my buddy's friends and then I came home. And I was late. I was making buffalo chicken dip. That's all I can remember. And then,
Okay.
You know, I mean, I'd have to look at my phone to see exactly about what time I got home.
Do you know who he was hanging out with last night?
So I was with that little girlfriend because that's it.
His girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I seen one other kid over there, but I can't remember his name. He fixed his car. One of his friends fixed his car. I've only seen him a couple times over to fix. He's got like a classic car that the kid was fixing on.
Okay. White kid, black kid? Do you know?
Yeah, like a mix kind of.
Okay.
I don't think he's real. I mean,
Okay.
Like,
So he was hanging out with his girlfriend and.
well, I don't know if they were really hanging out. The kids come over like twice to work on the car. I think that's usually what he's come over for when he's.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, just so you know, obviously, Officer Laricanda, this is Father Joe.
Okay, Joe, where are you? Oh, what
St. Joe's in Toronto.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm also the chaplain for the police and fire department.
Oh, okay. Okay.
At this point, the mother still believed that this was just a routine welfare check, nothing more. She had no idea that in a matter of seconds, her entire world was about to come crashing down.
So, unfortunately, there was an accident, okay, involving Mackenzie, Davion, and who we believe is Dominic, is the third person.
An accident?
A car accident. Okay.
Wait,
Last night.
Wait.
Just relax. Just hold on. Stay seated. Just hold on. Just listen.
Yes, take a deep breath.
Christine, look at me. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, just take a deep breath.
Okay. Right now, all we know is that the driver, who is Mackenzie, is at Metro.
Right.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah,
just stay seated, please.
Take your time.
Please, just relax. Take a deep breath.
That's
Take a deep breath.
That's okay. You're good. Take your time.
Take a deep breath. Okay. Is anybody else home here with you right now?
My Christopher, but he's sleeping. Angelo's in Florida. Wait, where's Mackenzie's mom?
Okay. They're down at Metro right now.
Okay.
The other two passengers, like I said, was Davion and who we believe is Dominic. Okay. From what Mackenzie told us.
Okay.
Both Davion and Dominic are deceased.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Oh God!
Just sit down. Just sit down.
Oh my God!
Kristen's gonna come outside.
That's okay.
Christine.
Yes, just take a deep breath. It's okay.
Oh my God!
No. Just every bit.
No! He can't be. What did she do? What did she do?
It would be best.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Is there somebody else we can call for you?
Oh my God!
Is there somebody we can call for you? Okay, wait. Okay.
Oh my God!
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Oh my God!
Why don't you have a seat? Here, sit down. Just sit there. That's fine.
Oh my God! Why would this happen? Where were they going?
We don't know that right now, Christine.
But can we get somebody else for you at this point?
Is there somebody, any other family members?
That we can contact. There you go. Have a seat. Take your time.
Christine.
Yes. Can we get somebody else?
We're going to come in with you. Christine, we're going to come in with you, okay? Listen. Where's...
Oh my God! Why did this happen?
Hold on. Relax.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
God!
Where's Christopher? Where's Christopher?
He's sleeping. He's
Okay.
sleeping. Oh
Where's
my
it?
God!
Hold on,
Oh
where's
my
it?
God!
Sit down. Sit
Oh
down.
my
Sit down.
God! I can't.
There you go.
Watch it. Which one's Christopher's room, Christine? Christine.
It's all right.
Christine.
We can contact her.
There's no way. The's no way. Are you
Hey,
sure?
Christopher!
They can't save him. Are you sure they can't?
Christopher!
Are you sure?
Hey, come here for a second, bud. Come here. Come here.
They can't
Listen,
save him.
take a seat for me, please.
Are you sure they can't save
Listen.
him? How did this happen? How did this happen? They can't to me.
Officer Laratonic going to talk to you, okay?
Oh my God!
Christine. Christine.
God, I can't. They have to be able to save that. They have to be able to save. How can they not?
Christine. Christine, do you need me to talk?
Who do you want us to talk to? Okay, you want to sit?
Who's Frank? Who's Frank?
There's no way. He can't. He's 21 years old. How can this happen?
Having just received the devastating news, Christine stood frozen, unable to process the words. The thought that her son was gone felt impossible, like a nightmare she was desperately trying to wake up from.
I'm gonna know it can't be true. 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 It can't be true.
Mom, it's alright, okay?
It's not. It can't be true. It can't be true. It can't be true. Why? What happened in the car? What happened in the car? What did they do? What did they do? I don't like her driving anyway. I don't like her driving. Oh my God, and that other kid, I don't even know him. I don't even know him. I don't even know him. I don't even know the kid.
I think Sarge made contact with whoever the phone rang, so I picked up.
Why? How can they be down? How can they be down in the car? How can they be in the car? Tell me. Ow! Ow! Oh my God.
Yeah, why don't you have a seat?
Christine, just sit down, please.
Can we get you a glass of water or something?
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this just can't be happening. Oh my God, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. Oh my God, this can't be happening. No, how could they have gotten in such a bad car accident?
What happened?
So the only thing we know right now is that we believe he was a passenger in a vehicle, okay? They went off the road on Alameda and Progress, right there, the business industrial park, and they struck a building. Okay. Right now, it's in the preliminary, beginning stages of the accident investigation. We don't know. In Progress, right there, the business industrial park. Right now, it's in the preliminary. Right now, it's in the preliminary, beginning stages of the accident investigation. We don't know exactly what happened. Okay. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, that we should call.
Christine.
Like the contact.
Chris, is there anybody else that we can call?
Oh my God! Oh my fucking God!
Phone call.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know? Okay. Well, your dad's on his way. Frank's on his way here right now.
For sure they couldn't save him, right? They couldn't save him. How the fuck is he driving like that?
Dominic's father eventually pulled up to his ex-wife's home, his face already drained of colour after the devastating phone call. What he didn't know was that the full weight of the tragedy hadn't even hit him yet, because the officers still had to look him in the eye and deliver the heartbreaking details of how his son lost his life.
Go ahead, take a seat. So,
You know what time it happened?
no, we don't. Right now, it's so early in the investigation that we don't know. What we do know 100% is somebody called it in. Somebody passing by called it in at around 6:15, 6:30.
Called in, what, the car was just smashed somewhere?
Yeah. So what it appears that happened is they were going westbound on Progress from Pearl Road, and they went.
Right here in Strongsville?
Yeah, in Strongsville. That business that's right at on Alameda, right where Progress ends. That's right there. They hit that building. They hit the sign out front, and then they hit the building.
But they falsely concealed or something?
Don't know.
We don't know that. We don't know that. So
two kids are dead. My son's dead. Another kid's dead.
Go ahead.
The girl's in the hospital.
She's in surgery right now.
Oh my God, huh, Chris?
I didn't copy.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Hang on, just one moment.
Whatever you might like.
Okay.
Well, I mean, another family member or a friend or anybody that you might want us to call on your behalf.
No. This is a fucking nightmare.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That was, what do you think, Stay? Somebody called in at 6:30 in the morning?
Between 6:15.
6:15, 6:30. Yeah.
Came upon it, passing it by.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is fucking horrible. She was in her car?
It was in Mackenzie's car. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Now, is she thinking or you guys don't know?
We right now we don't know. She's in surgery right now, so we don't know.
Oh my gosh.
So, the other person that was in the car was Davion.
Oh, who's that, the little black kid dress?
Yeah.
I don't really know him. Text me at 3 o'clock in the morning, love you, Dad.
He texted you this morning at 3 o'clock?
2:53.
2:53.
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay.
Because we couldn't. I think the last time she was saying she saw it around about 9, was it something about 9:30?
They must have went to a party or something.
Okay, very possible. What time did you say it was?
2:53. Oh my God.
Had you spoken with him yesterday at all? Okay.
The parents, now overwhelmed by shock and grief, struggled to make sense of what had just happened, desperately trying to piece together how their son's life had been taken so suddenly.
Somebody reported the accident. They ran to a stop sign, or hit the stop sign, you said, right?
Who?
Ran over the stop sign?
No. Somebody was driving by and saw that there was a car up there.
In the building.
Yeah.
In the building.
So as I think as Sergeant Marcelo Charlo was saying is that if you're heading westbound on Progress, which is north of 82, there's a this is front up the street.
Okay.
And across they hit the sign in front of the building and then hit the building and the car came to rest in front of the building.
You driving by, you can't see up there.
It's far back.
So he might have been sitting there for 3 hours. He texted me at 2:53 in the morning. That's probably when they were driving slow. I don't know, maybe not, but he might have been sitting there for 3 hours. How are you going to save him?
You might have already told my supervisor, but what did he text you at that early in the morning?
Oh my God.
Oh, get me the truth. Just get out me the truth. Just get out me the truth and get me.
Oh my gosh.
Were you able to get in touch with Scotty by any chance? Yeah, he turned over. Okay.
I got immediate surgery. Oh.
I was gonna get reincarnated. You feel like another person, another time, or like a fucking giraffe or a butterfly. Like Nico, I think he's a giraffe.
This doesn't make sense.
No, Chris. It's happened to help.
There was this one time, I went out of my body, Dad, and I like stopped existing, and like there was just the whole universe there. Like the sun and the earth rotating and the moon and stuff.
This is the delusion, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know. Like people call it a mystical experience.
Sophisticated to be at the July 4th on Coney Island. Are you seeing anyone? Is there a patient person in your life? No? Yes? It's complicated. Okay, you ate her? Well, Where did you meet the person that it's complicated with?
It's like an arranged marriage.
So your parents are doing you a solid, and her parents are really fucking her over. No, I'm kidding. That's great. She's gonna come in handy at some point. What's your name, sir? What's wrong? It is too late to do anything about it. Hey, I'm not thrilled that you're in the front either, Dave. All right, well, what's your name? See how easy it is, Dave? Are you with your wife?
Yes, sir.
Where did you guys meet? Paul, I'm trying to meet somebody, dude.
We grew up in the same religious cult.
Grew up in the same religious cult. I feel like it's too late for me to meet someone that way. Just so we can kind of just relax. What cult?
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Dave, can you take this? When did you stop witnessing?
2014.
What was the first thing that you did after you becoming someone who's not going to go to heaven? Did you have to go door to door?
All my life.
Was it like talking to Dave at the beginning of the show? What do you teach the lady?
We will teach high school, but social studies.
What do you teach, sir?
The same, government economics.
Different name, right? The education system is just completely checked out. That's crazy. Sir, what's your name?
Brett.
I'm Canadian and I'm immigrating to your country.
Awesome.
Well, Brett has what we call false enthusiasm about... Ask me a civics question, Brett.
What are the three branches of American government?
Great question, my brother. Legislative, executive, justicial. Judicial. Thank you. Thank you very much. One more time, Brett. Hit me.
Explain the concept of federalism.
Why are you the way you are, Brett? I hope someday someone doesn't ask you the difference between social studies and what your job is, because that's going to be... Are there any other special ed teachers here?
I stopped doing special teaching because I got beat up by a blind girl.
Well, you must not be very tough. Well, I'm so sorry that happened. Did her dog jump in?
She just has a migraine with a stick.
Thank you for sharing your trauma. I'm sure it was traumatic, you know what I mean?
It was funny.
Now it's hilarious. I mean, you see the reaction we're getting from everybody. But I took a self-defense course, and one of the main scenarios is blind children. And they suggest moving away from them. That was one of the suggestions. That was one of the suggestions. Okay? They're like, remove your tap shoes and... That's your what? It is. Do you have a slight accent? I do. I don't care for it. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. I'm joking. I'm not a Republican.
I don't get that.
What inspired you to move here?
Well, she was here.
I feel like you're hamming the accent up a little bit too much. And then how did you guys meet?
Online, actually.
Online, actually. Well, British people love the word actually. Part of the reason we left. Do you live in Fort Collins, sir?
No.
Oh, where do you live?
Springs.
Carl Springs. Am I saying that correctly?
Colorado.
Oh, okay. I wonder if I misheard you or if you talk f***ing weird, dude. I wonder what it is. Is Steph your girlfriend? Let me see if I can't help out. What, how long have you guys been dating for?
Probably like 3 months.
Just because the show's kind of time sensitive, you can step it up with the responses a little bit, Matt. What do you do, Matt?
I'm unemployed.
Okay. I think there's an easier way to not get laid tonight, Matt. Did you have a job on the first date?
No.
Steph, we're going to work on your self-esteem a little bit. Well, I'm grateful that you're here, Matt. Thank you. I know these tickets weren't cheap, eh, Stephanie? Is anyone else dyslexic? Did your dyslexia affect you socializing and stuff?
I went the route of class clown.
Okay, what route do you think I went, dude? With the... All right? Went a little better for me. All right, well. Does anyone teach special ed? What grade?
I'm now an assistant principal.
What is it with you and bragging, dude? What? How do you get a promotion?
It's a big question for this.
It is. And it's really only half a promotion. You're an assistant principal. But, is this your girlfriend?
No.
Just a friend? Yeah. And you think that if you appear not impressed by the comedian, you might have a better chance? Attractive friend? Do you have a boyfriend?
I have a husband.
Good luck tonight, man. All right. What do you look for, dude? What's your type?
Dudes.
Oh, okay. All right. What quality? What do you look for?
Funny people.
Funny people? I may experience something I've never experienced before tonight. Now it makes sense why you're hanging out with the married woman.
Yep.
She's trying to turn you. All right, yeah. Are you a pilot?
Yes, sir.
I f***ing nailed that. I will say this. No one has ever looked more like a pilot than you, dude. You got that great square chin, you know what I mean? All American. You look a little racist. But, what type of commercial flights? We all want to hook up with Delta, but great, friendly skies.
Yes, sir.
Work on that slogan. All right, well, have you ever dated a flight attendant?
I have.
Oh! Whoa, those skies are friendly. Do you have kids? And you're banging flight attendants? You're not married anymore?
I am married.
Okay, cool. Nice ring. All right, well, it breaks the sound barrier. You can't. Did you go to college?
University of Delaware.
Okay. Seems like a lot of smart people went there. Dude, what did you study at the University of Delaware?
History.
Okay.
I'm a lawyer now.
Eager to throw that in everyone's face. All right. Are you with your girlfriend?
My business partner.
I didn't know you could call it that, dude. Are you a lawyer too?
I am.
Okay. Wow. All right. What kind of law?
Divorce, custody.
I think you're gonna have some business over in this section right here. This f***ing reeks of divorcees. All right. The special ed teacher, what's your name? Be extra nice to the short bus kids. I don't want to have our first fight in front of everybody, but Kylie, who are you here with? Other special ed teachers? No, elitist teachers? Yeah. I said elitist. Listen up, teacher. Are you dating anyone, Kylie? What's this guy do?
I'm a math teacher.
Okay. I'm doing a quick calculation. You could do better. Yeah. Do you have a girlfriend, sir?
No.
Oh, okay. What about you? Do you think that response is going to speed the show along? What do you think? You have a couple girlfriends. Wow, I did not see that coming. What? How did you meet these ladies?
Friends.
Yeah.
Friends in college. Yeah.
Okay. Friends? Yeah. Just say that 3 different ways. All right, well, you're not ready to commit to just one?
No.
Okay, that always goes well. Well, I had my heart broken. This happened a couple years ago, but I still haven't healed.
Potato, potato.
What's that? Potato, potato. Google that expression and see when you're supposed to use it. I don't think that was the right time. Have you ever stared a young man in the face, connected with them over heartbreak, and have them say, potato, potato? I do see what they see in you, though, sir. Women love a good communicator. You look young you both look very young to be married. Where in the Midwest are you from?
Zimbabwe.
You're from Zimbabwe. Okay. Oh, yeah. Applaud, white person. Yeah. So you said you had pets in Zimbabwe. What'd you have, sir?
A zebra and an elephant growing up. Yeah.
Just 1 second. He said a zebra. He didn't say it right. He said an elephant. Is that true? You had a zebra and an elephant? You're a spoiled fuck. All right, that is wild. I just wanted a dog, okay? What happens when the elephant got too big?
You let it go.
You let it go. Yeah, really? Explain the ivory necklace you're wearing.
Hi, girls. How are you? Fellas, holy shit. This feels like a reality show. All right. 5 of you guys, right? The #1 Persian boy band over here. Are there other teachers here this evening? Right here. Yes. Sir, what do you teach?
Electronic music.
Oh, okay. Are there any real fucking teachers here? Are there any? All right, sorry, it's going off. All right, before you yell at me again, this is my security detail, all right? They will not physically hurt you, but emotionally they will fuck you up. No, you teach electronic music. That's SF State. Okay, cool. You were thinking that was going to get more of an applause from these people, but they all went to Stanford. My fans, yes! You look very high. Okay? And I know sometimes people say that and it's a compliment, but I don't mean that as a compliment. Are you with, is that your girlfriend? You're a very attractive couple. I think you can do better than a pothead, but are you guys similar ages? You're older. Oh God. All right. By how much? Okay. Go the long way. Let me figure it out. All right. So. All right. You got an MBA. Her birthday's on Tuesday. Okay. Your birthday's on Tuesday. When did your parents meet? Well, let's figure it out. Get your abacus, Shorts. All right, let's. How much older are you? 4.5 years. Okay, cool. That deserves as big of applause as I got. Where did you guys meet? Oh, dating. Okay, cool. Which one? Tinder. Oh, cool. Wow, classy. Was that a long time ago? Like 2 years. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Okay, I got this lady. That's cool. Because often, now I've never dated online. It's never. No offense, but it's never really been necessary for me. But did you guys talk about kids? Have you talked about having kids? Oh, that's beautiful, right? That's it. That's when you know. Tinder, right? That's when you know you've really used that app incorrectly. I'm not sure you're old enough to be here, but your youthful energy is carrying the set. How old are you?
31.
30? God. What? Someone over there. Likely a pedophile that you were turning on. Yeah. Put it away, dude. 31. You look. I'm not trying to make this guy ejaculate, but you look so young. You look really young. He's going through a divorce, and you're dating him. Oh, this is good. Let's get the cameras on this table. All right. It's so brutal. We should hook up. How long had you been dating when he was like, "Oh, just so you know, my life is hell right now"?
I had to kind of discover that. She's crazy.
You gonna let her talk about her like that? All right.
She had another man's kid.
She had another man's kid.
Yeah.
You know what? I just realized I'm not qualified for this conversation. Did you know that it was another person's child before it was born, or when it was black? When did you? Wait, engage. What's that? Bullshit. Okay, cool. Wow, we are not at a Steelers game, lady. Why don't we act like we're inside? What part was bullshit? Nittany Lion. I was joking that I didn't know your mascot. Maybe comedy might not be for everyone. Someone with a...
IUP. Anyone can get in.
Oh, okay, cool. This is going to be a real one-sided thing with you. So yeah, I'll check your LinkedIn though. Congrats on the IUP. I had a girlfriend. She used to get IUPs. You here by yourself?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna play along with this shit. All right. What's your occupation? Pipe fitter. That's what guys always say when they're trying to get laid. That's what he said. And where'd you go?
University of Chicago.
What did you study?
Econ and philosophy.
And this is why you're gonna meet somebody, is how well-rounded you are. See what I tell you? Yes. Yes. I'm from Canada. I don't know anything about University of Chicago. I don't know anything. I know your girlfriend's been looking at me since she came back. But that's all. When you were gone, I don't know what he was trying to do, but he told another woman that he was a pipe fitter. So, yeah. Where'd you guys meet?
Tinder.
And how long ago was that?
4 months ago?
4 months ago. That is beautiful. Okay. When are you going to delete your profile? Yes. Okay. I destroyed the relationship. You're from the UK? Okay. Cool. I'll try to incorporate that. I only have 45 minutes, but if I get a chance to do some of that geography material, then... What's your name, the lady from the UK?
Sylvia.
Sylvia. That's a beautiful name, an incredible accent. I hope I don't hear for a while. All right, so... No, I'm kidding. I'm going to move on, but I hope you're feeling what I'm feeling. All right, are you with more British people or just you?
My son.
Oh, your son. Hey, how you doing? I might be your new dad, buddy. Good Lord, he's a big fella, eh? But we are so proud of you, boy. We are. I remember when he was like 6'1". I really do. When he proposed, and we're gonna get the location, we're gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna ruin the greatest moment of your life. Where did you propose?
At our apartment.
Okay, cool. Did he get down on one knee or was he on the ottoman? How did he do it? Was it a DUI? You couldn't drive anywhere? What was going on?
She hates attention.
She hates attention. Oh, wow.
Environmentally sustainable and personally satisfying without requiring either the exploitation of nature or complete withdrawal from technological development.
To truly understand the weight of existence, we have to look at the world through the eyes of a man who saw birth not as a beginning, but as a primary catastrophe. Emil Cioran, in his seminal work The Trouble with Being Born, invites us into a space where we question the very merit of our arrival. We often spend our lives worrying about death, fearing the end of our timeline, but Cioran shifts the lens backward. He suggests that the real tragedy has already happened. It happened the moment we were pulled from the silence of non-existence into the noise of being. If you think about it, we are all survivors of a disaster that occurred 9 months before we were even aware of ourselves. This perspective changes everything. It turns our usual anxieties on their heads. Instead of looking forward with dread toward the grave, Cioran asks us to look back at the cradle with a sense of profound mourning. It is a strange way to start a journey, isn't it? Most philosophers try to give us a reason to live, a why to sustain the how. But Cioran is different. He isn't interested in comfort. He is interested in the raw, unvarnished truth of the fatigue that comes with being a person. He captures that feeling we all have on those quiet, heavy Tuesday afternoons, when the simple act of breathing feels like a monumental task. He calls birth an incurable accident. If you were never born, you wouldn't have to suffer, you wouldn't have to strive, and you wouldn't have to witness the slow decay of your own ideals. There is a certain dark liberation in this thought. If the worst thing that could possibly happen to you, being born, has already occurred, then everything else, even death, is just a minor detail, a rounding error in the grand calculation of nothingness. Cioran's writing feels less like a formal lecture and more like a late-night conversation with a friend who has seen too much but still finds a way to be elegantly cynical about it. He writes in fragments, because life itself is fragmented. We don't experience a cohesive, logical narrative, we experience bursts of joy, long stretches of boredom and sudden stabs of regret. He reflects on the idea that we are all just time-bound creatures trying to act as if we are eternal. We build monuments, we write books, we start families, all to distract ourselves from the fact that we are moving toward a finish line that was drawn the moment we inhaled for the first time. He often talks about the loss of the centre. In the old days, people had a fixed point. God, or the king, or the tribe. Today the centre is everywhere and nowhere. Each of us is a centre of our own universe, which means there are 8 billion centres all clashing against one another, creating a chaotic symphony of ego. He pushes us to consider the concept of doing versus being. In our modern world, we are obsessed with doing. We have to be productive, we have to achieve, we have to leave a mark. Kieran suggests that this is just a frantic attempt to justify our accidental existence. We work because we are afraid to sit still and realise that there is nothing at the core. He famously noted that we do not run toward death. We flee from the catastrophe of birth, and in that flight, we create civilizations, religions, and wars. All of human history is just a giant, elaborate thank you, or no thank you, to the fact of our existence. He looks at the saints and the hermits, the people who tried to step out of time, and he finds them fascinating because they at least recognise the problem. They knew that to be in time is to be in a state of constant loss. Every second that passes is a second of our life that is gone forever. We are being consumed by the very thing that defines us. As we dive deeper into this landscape of thought, we encounter Ciaran's reflections on the sheer absurdity of the human condition. He often points out that we are the only animals who find our own existence problematic. A cat doesn't wake up and wonder if it's worth it to be a cat. A tree doesn't feel the sting of existential dread as its leaves turn brown. But we, with our overdeveloped brains, have turned living into a debate. We have to convince ourselves every morning that the light is better than the dark. Kieran argues that this consciousness is actually a form of disease. To be aware is to be divided. We are the observer and the observed, the prisoner and the guard. This duality is what creates our suffering. If we were just being, like a stone or a star, we would be at peace. But because we are beings, we are constantly trying to bridge the gap between what we are and what we think we should be. He touches upon the idea of insomnia, a theme he knew all too well. For Kieran, the man who sleeps is a man who still belongs to the world. Sleep is a temporary return to the womb, a brief ceasefire in the war of existence. But the insomniac, the person who stares at the ceiling at 3 o'clock in the morning, is the one who truly sees the world for what it is. In the silence of the night, all the distractions of the day vanish. There are no chores, no social roles, no ambitions to hide behind. There is only the ticking of the clock and the terrifying vastness of eternity. In those hours, the trouble with being born becomes visceral. You realise that you are a consciousness trapped in a body, and that body is slowly, surely failing. The year 1911, when he was born, marks the beginning of his own personal countdown, and he never lets the reader forget that every year since then has been a step away from the only true perfection, the void. There is a strange beauty in his pessimism. It isn't the kind of pessimism that makes you want to give up. It's the kind that makes you want to stop pretending. He suggests that if we accept that life is a tragedy, we can finally stop being disappointed. If you expect the world to be a garden, you'll be angry every time you find a thorn. But if you accept that the world is a wasteland, then every small flower you find becomes a miracle. He speaks of the vanity of action. Why do we strive so hard? If you look at the stars, our greatest achievements are less than a speck of dust. In 1,000,000 years, or even 1,000, no one will remember your name or your struggles. Kieran doesn't say this to be cruel, he says it to offer a form of negative grace. When you realise that nothing matters on a cosmic scale, the pressure to be someone disappears. You can just be. He also explores the relationship between silence and words. As a writer, Kieran was a master of the aphorism, the short, sharp sentence that hits like a hammer. He believed that the more we talk, the more we lie to ourselves. Language is a tool for concealment. We use words to fill the emptiness, to build a wall between us and the terrifying silence of the universe. But the more we build that wall, the more isolated we become. He envied the mystics who could sit in silence for years. because they had reached a point where they no longer needed to justify themselves to anyone, not even to God. To Tyrion, the ultimate goal is to reach a state where you no longer feel the need to be. He calls it the state of the unborn. It is a mental return to that pre-catastrophic peace, where there were no desires, no pains, and no questions. This brings us to his view on God. He doesn't see God as a benevolent creator, but rather as the first victim of the urge to create. If God exists, he must be the most miserable being of all, because he is responsible for all of this. He is the one who started the fire. Kieran's theology is one of protest. He doesn't deny the divine, he just